Most people think fear arrives loudly, like a storm crashing through the door. But the truth is quieter than that. Fear usually enters like a whisper. It hides in the small hesitations, the delayed decisions, the conversations you almost start but quietly abandon. It appears in the dreams you keep postponing, and the risks you convince yourself are not the right time. And little by little, without noticing it, fear begins arranging the boundaries of your life. Not because you are fragile, but because no one ever showed you how to look directly at it. From childhood we were taught how to prepare for the world outside. Work harder, be careful, avoid mistakes, protect your reputation, stay safe. But almost no one teaches us how to deal with the silent storms inside the mind, the doubts that arrive before action, the worries that grow in quiet moments, the invisible tension that sits behind every decision that feels uncertain. So we learn to live around fear instead of through it. The Stoics saw this pattern thousands of years ago. They noticed that fear rarely comes from the events themselves. It comes from the stories we attach to them. The mind predicts loss before anything is lost. It imagines failure before any attempt is made. It creates entire disasters in the theater of thought, and then convinces us those disasters are real. But the Stoics also discovered something powerful. Fear weakens the moment the mind learns to see clearly. When you slow down and examine your thoughts instead of running from them, something begins to shift. The imagined threats start losing their weight. The worries that once felt overwhelming begin to look smaller, almost fragile. And the same mind that once produced fear starts producing something far more useful: calm judgment. That calm judgment becomes strength. Not the loud kind of strength that tries to dominate the world, but the quiet kind that stands steady no matter what the world does. The kind of strength that allows a person to face uncertainty without panic, to make decisions without being controlled by doubt, to move forward even when the future remains unclear. This kind of strength does not appear overnight by accident. It is built by training the mind to think differently. The Stoics believed that when the mind learns to question fear instead of obeying it, courage naturally begins to grow. When the mind stops exaggerating danger, clarity returns. And when clarity returns, action becomes easier. Tonight is not about forcing yourself to become fearless. It is about understanding fear so deeply that it begins to lose its authority over you. Over the next few hours, you will slowly explore the ideas that helped some of the strongest minds in history remain calm in the face of chaos. Ideas that helped them think clearly when the world around them was uncertain. Ideas that transform fear from an enemy into something far less threatening. Just another passing thought. This is your time to step back from the noise, your time to observe the mind instead of being pulled by it, your time to replace tension with understanding and hesitation with quiet strength. Because once the mind learns where fear truly comes from, it also learns that it was never as powerful as it seemed. But before fear can be replaced with strength, something deeper has to be understood. Fear rarely stands alone. It usually protects something fragile that the mind is trying to defend. When you start observing fear closely, you begin to notice that many of the worries that shape your decisions are not really about danger at all. They are about protecting a certain picture of yourself. And this picture, quietly built over years, can become one of the strongest prisons a person ever lives inside. Because one of the most powerful fears hiding inside the human mind is not the fear of pain or failure or rejection. It is the hidden fear of losing the identity you built. There is a quiet discomfort that appears whenever life begins to pull you in a direction that does not match the story you have been telling yourself for years. This story may not always be spoken out loud, but it is constantly present in the background of your thoughts. It is the collection of labels that define how you see yourself: the reliable one, the intelligent one, the calm one, the successful one, the strong one who never struggles. At first, these identities seem helpful. They give you direction and confidence. They help you navigate the world with a sense of stability. But over time, something subtle begins to happen. The identity you built slowly becomes something you feel responsible for protecting. Every new situation begins to pass through a quiet question inside your mind. Will this action confirm who I believe I am, or will it threaten it? When the answer feels uncertain, fear quietly appears. This explains why people often hesitate to take opportunities that could change their lives. Starting a new career may offer growth, but it may also threaten the identity of being secure or predictable. Speaking openly in a room full of people might allow you to express powerful ideas, yet it risks damaging the identity of always appearing composed and certain. Even learning something new can feel uncomfortable when it temporarily places you in the position of not knowing. The Stoics understood this struggle with surprising clarity. They believed that much of human suffering comes from attaching ourselves to roles that are constantly changing. Positions, titles, achievements, and reputations all appear stable for a while, but they remain fragile. Life can rearrange them at any moment. When identity is built on these shifting foundations, the mind begins to guard them with constant vigilance. Fear becomes the bodyguard of the identity. Marcus Aurelius often reminded himself of a simple truth. You are not your reputation. You are not your achievements. You are not the roles you currently occupy. These things may describe what you are doing for a period of time, but they do not define what you are at the deepest level. The moment you confuse temporary roles with permanent identity, anxiety begins to grow. The reason is simple. If your sense of self depends on external things, then any threat to those things feels like a threat to you. But when identity is rooted in character rather than appearance, the mind becomes far more stable. Character cannot be taken away by circumstance. Courage remains courage, whether success arrives or disappears. Wisdom remains wisdom, whether others notice it or not. Discipline remains discipline, even when life becomes difficult. This is why the Stoics placed so much emphasis on developing inner qualities instead of chasing external validation. External validation constantly changes with public opinion, luck, and circumstances outside your control. Inner qualities remain available no matter where life places you. When you begin shifting your identity from outcomes to character, fear slowly starts losing its grip. The question changes from, "What will this say about me?" to, "What kind of person do I want to be in this moment?" That shift may seem small, but it changes the entire direction of the mind. A person who defines themselves by success will fear failure constantly. But someone who defines themselves by courage will see failure as part of practicing courage. A person who defines themselves by approval will fear criticism. But someone who defines themselves by honesty will speak truth even when approval disappears. In other words, strength appears when identity becomes flexible enough to grow. Epictetus taught that freedom begins the moment you stop attaching your worth to things that can easily be taken away. This includes reputation, titles, praise, and even the expectations you have placed on yourself. When identity becomes less rigid, life becomes less threatening. Change no longer feels like an attack on who you are. Instead, it becomes an opportunity to practice the qualities that truly define strength. This understanding does not erase fear instantly, but it changes how you respond to it. Instead of treating fear as a signal to retreat, you begin recognizing it as a sign that your identity may be too tightly tied to something temporary. Each moment of hesitation becomes an invitation to loosen that attachment. Little by little, the mind becomes lighter. You start realizing that the person you believed you had to protect was never as fragile as you thought. The roles may change, circumstances may shift, new challenges may appear, but the deeper part of you, the part capable of learning, adapting, and growing, remains untouched. And when identity becomes something that can evolve instead of something that must be defended, fear loses one of its strongest hiding places. Strength begins to replace it naturally, not through force, but through understanding. As the mind loosens its grip on rigid identities, something interesting begins to happen. Situations that once felt threatening start to look different. The same challenge that used to create anxiety now appears smaller, less dramatic. But there is still another layer of misunderstanding that keeps fear alive. Even when identity becomes flexible, the mind still reacts strongly to certain feelings. A racing heartbeat, uncertainty, tension in the body. These sensations often trigger a silent alarm deep inside the brain. The problem is that the mind has a habit of misreading these signals, because one of the most common reasons fear controls human behavior is surprisingly simple. The mind often confuses discomfort with danger. There is a subtle moment that appears before almost every important action in life. A small tightening in the chest before speaking honestly. A quiet hesitation before trying something unfamiliar. A wave of uncertainty before stepping into a new opportunity. These sensations are not unusual. They are part of how the human nervous system prepares for something unknown. Yet the mind frequently interprets these sensations as a warning sign. This misunderstanding begins very early in life. The brain is designed to protect the body, and for most of human history, that protection meant avoiding physical threats. Thousands of years ago, discomfort often did signal real danger. Pain might mean injury. Loud noise might mean a predator nearby. The brain learned to respond quickly, sometimes without careful thinking. The modern world, however, has changed dramatically. Most of the challenges people face today are not physical threats. They are social, emotional, or intellectual challenges. Speaking in front of others, changing careers, sharing a personal opinion, or learning something new. None of these situations threaten survival, yet the body may still react with the same physical sensations that once helped our ancestors escape predators. The brain simply hasn't updated its alarm system. Because of this, many people stop themselves at the first sign of discomfort. The moment tension appears, the mind whispers a simple message. This must be dangerous. Step back. Avoid it. Wait until you feel better. But that interpretation is rarely accurate. Discomfort is often nothing more than the body adjusting to something unfamiliar. When a person exercises for the first time in months, the muscles burn. When someone learns a new language, confusion appears constantly. When a person begins speaking honestly after years of silence, the heart beats faster. None of these sensations indicate danger. They simply show that growth is taking place. The Stoics recognize this difference clearly. They believe that discomfort is often the doorway to improvement. What feels difficult at first gradually becomes easier through repetition. What once triggered anxiety slowly becomes normal when the mind stops resisting it. Epictetus taught that people are not disturbed by events themselves, but by their interpretations of those events. When the mind interprets discomfort as danger, fear immediately grows stronger. But when discomfort is understood as part of development, the emotional reaction changes completely. This shift in interpretation creates remarkable freedom. Instead of avoiding uncomfortable situations, the mind begins to approach them with curiosity. The nervous feeling before an important conversation becomes a signal that something meaningful is about to happen. The uncertainty before trying something new becomes evidence that learning is about to begin. In this way, discomfort transforms from an enemy into a guide. Modern psychology has discovered a similar principle. Researchers studying performance often refer to the concept of stress reappraisal. When individuals reinterpret physical signs of stress as helpful preparation rather than danger, their performance improves significantly. The same racing heart that once triggered fear becomes a source of energy. The body is not always warning you to stop. Often it is preparing you to act. Marcus Aurelius wrote about this idea in his reflections on daily life. He reminded himself that obstacles are not interruptions to the path. They are the path itself. This perspective allowed him to face enormous responsibility and pressure without being controlled by the discomfort those responsibilities created. Once the mind understands that discomfort is not automatically dangerous, a powerful shift occurs. Opportunities that once seemed intimidating begin to look manageable. The mind no longer rushes to escape unfamiliar situations. Instead, it learns to stay present long enough to understand what is actually happening. This patience weakens fear. The body may still react with tension or uncertainty, but the mind no longer treats those sensations as commands. They become temporary signals that pass through awareness rather than forces that dictate behavior. Strength quietly grows through this process. Every time the mind experiences discomfort without retreating, confidence increases. The brain learns that unfamiliar experiences do not lead to disaster. What once seemed overwhelming becomes part of normal life. Courage develops not through dramatic acts of bravery, but through repeated moments of calm understanding. And slowly, almost without noticing, the mind begins to change its relationship with fear. What once felt like a warning becomes a reminder that growth often arrives wrapped in uncomfortable sensations. The mind stops running from those sensations and begins walking through them with greater clarity. Because once discomfort is no longer mistaken for danger, one of fear's greatest illusions disappears. And in the space left behind, a steadier kind of strength begins to take its place. And once the mind begins to recognize that discomfort is not always danger, another realization quietly follows. Many of the fears that once seemed powerful begin to look strangely exaggerated. Situations that once triggered hesitation start to appear manageable. The mind slowly learns that its alarm system is not always accurate. Sometimes the signal arrives at the wrong time. Sometimes it reacts far more strongly than the situation requires. This is where Stoic wisdom introduces a powerful shift in perspective. Because instead of treating fear as an authority that must be obeyed, the Stoics learn to treat fear as a signal that may simply be misfiring. A quiet truth about the human mind is that fear often behaves like an overly sensitive alarm system. Picture a smoke detector that rings loudly every time someone cooks dinner. The alarm is technically doing its job, but it is reacting to something harmless. The same thing happens inside the human mind. The brain detects uncertainty and immediately sends out a warning, even when there is no real threat.
This reaction is not a sign of weakness. It is a side effect of how the brain evolved.
For most of human history, reacting quickly to possible danger helped people survive. A sudden sound in the dark could mean a predator nearby. A strange movement in the bushes might signal an approaching threat. The brain learned that it was better to overreact than to miss a real danger. But the modern world rarely presents those kinds of threats. Today, the same system reacts to very different situations. A difficult conversation, a new opportunity, a room full of strangers, the possibility of criticism. None of these situations threaten survival, yet the mind can still respond with the same physical signals of fear. The Stoics understood this long before neuroscience explained it. Instead of assuming that fear was always telling the truth, they treated it as information that needed to be examined carefully. When fear appeared, they did not immediately obey it. They paused and asked a simple question: is this signal accurate? Marcus Aurelius often reminded himself to look at events plainly, without exaggeration. When the mind rushes to create dramatic stories about the future, fear becomes larger than the situation itself. But when the mind slows down and examines what is actually happening, the picture becomes clearer. Often, the feared outcome is far less severe than the imagination suggested. For example, the mind may predict embarrassment before speaking in front of others. It may predict rejection before expressing an honest opinion. It may predict failure before attempting something new. Yet when these situations are faced directly, the outcome is rarely as catastrophic as the mind predicted. Fear was simply a signal that arrived too early. Epictetus encouraged his students to treat their thoughts like visitors knocking on the door. Not every visitor deserves to be welcomed inside. Some thoughts carry wisdom, while others carry unnecessary panic. The mind becomes stronger when it learns to examine those thoughts instead of reacting automatically.
This habit creates distance between the feeling of fear and the action that follows.
Instead of immediately withdrawing from a situation, the mind begins to pause. It observes the sensation of fear the way a scientist might observe a reaction in an experiment. The heartbeat may increase, the stomach may tighten, thoughts may rush through the mind predicting problems, but observation changes the experience. When fear is treated as something to study rather than something to obey, its power begins to shrink. The mind realizes that fear is often just a signal produced by uncertainty, not a reliable map of reality. Modern psychology supports this same idea. Researchers studying emotional regulation often encourage people to label their emotions instead of reacting to them automatically. When someone notices and names their fear, the brain shifts from emotional reactivity toward analytical thinking. This simple act can reduce the intensity of the emotion itself. The Stoics practiced this centuries earlier through reflection and reasoning. They trained themselves to ask calm questions whenever fear appeared. What exactly am I afraid of? Is this situation truly dangerous or simply unfamiliar? What evidence supports this fear, and what evidence contradicts it? These questions weaken the authority of fear. Instead of allowing the mind to drift into exaggerated scenarios, attention returns to the present moment. The actual facts of the situation become clearer. Often those facts reveal that the fear was triggered by imagination rather than reality. Strength develops from this awareness. The mind stops seeing fear as a command that must be followed. Instead, it becomes a signal that invites examination. Sometimes the signal may contain useful information. At other times, it may simply be an outdated warning system reacting to harmless uncertainty. The difference lies in how the mind responds. When fear is blindly obeyed, it quietly limits the boundaries of life. Opportunities shrink, possibilities narrow. The mind becomes smaller as it avoids more and more situations. But when fear is calmly examined, its influence weakens. Each moment of observation teaches the brain that uncertainty is not automatically dangerous. Confidence slowly replaces hesitation. And through this process, the mind begins to develop a deeper kind of stability. Fear may still appear from time to time, but it no longer controls the direction of your actions. It becomes just another signal passing through awareness, one that you can observe, question, and, when necessary, calmly ignore. And once fear stops being treated as an unquestionable command, another hidden pattern begins to reveal itself. Many of the fears that appear in daily life are not connected to real physical danger at all. They are connected to something far more subtle and deeply rooted in the human mind. The moment you start observing your thoughts carefully, you notice that a large portion of fear is not about what will happen, but about what others might think will happen. A quiet tension appears whenever the mind begins predicting how it will be judged. The strange thing about this kind of fear is that the judgment has not even occurred yet. No one has spoken. No one has reacted. Yet, inside the mind, entire conversations unfold. The brain rehearses imagined criticism, imagined disappointment, imagined rejection. These invisible scenarios begin to shape behavior long before reality has a chance to unfold. This is why imagined judgment quietly becomes one of the most powerful sources of fear in human life. From a young age, people learn that approval brings comfort and belonging. Praise from parents, teachers, and friends creates a sense of safety. Over time, the brain begins to associate social acceptance with emotional security. When that acceptance feels threatened, the mind reacts with anxiety. It tries to protect the individual from embarrassment, criticism, or exclusion. But the mind does not wait for real judgment to appear. Instead, it predicts judgment before any situation even begins. Someone hesitates to speak because they assume others will disagree. Another person avoids pursuing a goal because they believe failure will make them look foolish. Someone else hides their true opinions because they imagine disapproval from the people around them. In each case, the fear is not created by actual criticism. It is created by the anticipation of criticism. The Stoics saw this tendency clearly and spoke about it often. They believed that one of the greatest obstacles to inner peace is the habit of allowing other people's opinions to control your emotional state. When the mind constantly worries about being judged, it begins to surrender its independence. Decisions become shaped by imagined reactions instead of personal values. Marcus Aurelius frequently reminded himself that other people's thoughts belong to them, not to you. Their opinions arise from their experiences, their beliefs, and their limitations. Allowing those opinions to determine your peace of mind means giving away control of your inner world. The Stoics believe that true strength appears when a person begins to care more about their own character than about public approval. This does not mean ignoring feedback or refusing to learn from others. Wisdom includes listening carefully and considering different perspectives. But there is a difference between thoughtful reflection and emotional dependence. The Stoics encouraged people to examine criticism calmly without allowing it to define their worth. When imagined judgment is no longer treated as a threat, fear begins to lose much of its influence. A simple realization helps weaken this fear even further. Most people are far less focused on judging others than we assume. Human beings are usually preoccupied with their own concerns, their own insecurities, and their own responsibilities. The mind often exaggerates how closely others are paying attention. What feels like a spotlight is often just an illusion created by self-conscious thinking. Even when real judgment occurs, its impact is rarely as permanent as the mind predicts. Opinions change quickly. Today's criticism becomes tomorrow's forgotten moment. People move on with their lives faster than the anxious mind expects. The Stoics trained themselves to accept this reality calmly. They recognized that attempting to control how everyone perceives you is impossible. Every person sees the world through their own lens. Some will admire your choices, others will misunderstand them, and some may simply ignore them entirely. Peace appears when the mind stops chasing universal approval. Epictetus taught that a person who depends on external praise becomes a servant to public opinion. Their actions are no longer guided by wisdom or character, but by the shifting expectations of others. Freedom returns only when you begin focusing on what truly belongs to you, your intentions, your decisions, and your values.
When your attention returns to these internal qualities, imagined judgment becomes far less intimidating.
You start noticing that many fears were built on fragile assumptions. The mind predicted humiliation where none occurred. It expected rejection where curiosity appeared instead. It imagined criticism from people who were not even paying attention. Gradually, courage grows in the space where those assumptions once lived. You begin speaking with greater honesty because you no longer expect disaster from disagreement. You take meaningful actions because the possibility of judgment no longer paralyzes you. The mind becomes quieter because it stops rehearsing imaginary conversations with critics who may never exist. Through this process, the influence of imagined judgment fades. Fear becomes less dramatic when it is no longer fueled by invented reactions from others. What remains is a clearer awareness of the present moment and a stronger connection to your own principles. And when your actions are guided by character rather than the fear of being judged, the mind experiences a new kind of stability, one that cannot be easily shaken by opinions, whispers, or passing criticism. Strength quietly replaces hesitation, not because the world stopped judging, but because your peace no longer depends on those judgments. As imagined judgment loses its grip, another quiet pattern becomes easier to notice. Fear rarely appears all at once. Instead, it often grows during the time between intention and action. A thought appears, something you want to do or say, and for a brief moment the path feels clear. But then the mind begins its familiar process. It starts weighing possibilities, predicting reactions, imagining obstacles. What was once a simple decision slowly becomes a long internal debate. The longer this negotiation continues, the stronger fear becomes. There is a small window that exists before the mind begins building those complicated stories. A brief moment when action still feels natural and uncomplicated. Many of the strongest people in history learned to use that window wisely. They discovered something subtle but powerful. Action taken early often prevents fear from gaining momentum. This is the silent power of acting before the mind negotiates. The mind has a remarkable ability to construct arguments for hesitation. It can produce reasons that sound responsible, logical, even wise. Wait until the timing is perfect. Gather more information. Prepare more thoroughly. Avoid unnecessary risk. On the surface, these suggestions appear sensible, but when examined carefully, they often serve one hidden purpose: protecting the mind from discomfort. Every extra minute spent analyzing a simple action gives fear more material to work with. A person might feel the urge to speak honestly in a meeting. At first, the thought is clear and confident, but the mind begins to negotiate. What if others disagree? What if the idea is misunderstood? What if speaking up creates tension? Within seconds, the original clarity disappears, replaced by hesitation. The opportunity quietly passes. The Stoics understood this mental process very well. They believed that many of the difficulties people face come not from the actions themselves, but from the delay that precedes them. When the mind waits too long, imagination begins expanding every possible problem. By the time the person decides to act, the situation feels far more intimidating than it originally was. Marcus Aurelius often reminded himself to do what reason required immediately, without unnecessary delay. He recognized that hesitation feeds the very fears it tries to avoid. When the mind acts in accordance with its principles right away, it prevents unnecessary doubts from accumulating. This does not mean acting impulsively or recklessly. Stoic philosophy never encouraged thoughtless behavior. Instead, it emphasized clarity of intention. Once the mind recognizes the right action, delaying it rarely improves the outcome. The mind already knows what should be done. The hesitation that follows usually comes from emotional resistance rather than rational consideration. Action interrupts that resistance. Taking the first step before fear has time to grow can transform the entire experience. A difficult conversation becomes easier once it begins. A new project becomes less intimidating after the first small effort. The act of starting breaks the illusion that the situation is overwhelming. Momentum replaces uncertainty. Psychologists today describe a similar concept through behavioral activation. When people take small actions despite hesitation, the brain receives new information. It learns that the feared outcome is often exaggerated. Each completed action becomes evidence that the situation was manageable.
This learning process gradually rewires the brain's response to uncertainty.
The Stoics practiced a comparable approach long before modern psychology described it scientifically. They trained themselves to act according to reason even when emotions resisted. By repeatedly choosing action over hesitation, they weakened the mind's habit of endless negotiation. Epictetus often taught that the greatest obstacle to progress is the delay created by overthinking. A person may spend hours debating whether to begin something that could have been started in minutes. The energy used for worrying could have been used for progress. This insight reveals something important about fear. Fear often depends on time to grow. The longer the mind studies a possibility, the more details it adds to the imagined outcome. Small uncertainties expand into complicated scenarios. Problems that might never occur begin to feel inevitable. Action interrupts this expansion. When a person moves forward before those imagined scenarios become overwhelming, the mind remains closer to reality. Instead of predicting endless problems, attention shifts towards solving the real challenges that appear along the way. Confidence develops naturally through this process. Each time you act before fear has time to negotiate, you teach the mind that hesitation is not necessary for survival. The brain slowly learns that most situations do not require prolonged internal debates. They require thoughtful action and the willingness to adjust along the way. Strength grows quietly through repeated practice. The mind becomes less interested in negotiating with fear because it recognizes that action produces better results than endless analysis. Opportunities are approached more directly. Decisions become clearer. The energy that once fueled anxiety begins fueling progress instead. And with time, a powerful habit forms. Instead of allowing fear to expand through negotiation, the mind learns to move forward with calm intention. Not rushed, not reckless, but steady. Each action becomes a quiet reminder that strength does not come from waiting for perfect certainty. It comes from stepping forward while the mind is still clear, before hesitation has the chance to take control. And as action begins replacing hesitation, the mind slowly learns something important. Strength does not appear from comfort alone. In fact, the more the mind becomes accustomed to constant ease, the more fragile it quietly becomes. When every day feels predictable and controlled, even small disruptions start to feel overwhelming. A minor inconvenience suddenly feels like a major obstacle. A small challenge begins to look like a threat. This is where another hidden truth about fear begins to reveal itself. Fear grows strongest in environments where the mind rarely experiences hardship by choice. There is something unusual about the human mind. It becomes confident not when life is perfectly smooth, but when it repeatedly proves to itself that it can handle difficulty. When challenges are avoided for long periods of time, the brain slowly loses its reference points for resilience. Without those experiences, uncertainty begins to feel much larger than it actually is. The mind starts to forget its own strength. This is why people who live in constant comfort often feel unusually anxious when something unexpected happens. A small change in routine can feel deeply unsettling. A difficult conversation may seem unbearable. Even the possibility of failure begins to look like a disaster. The absence of hardship quietly magnifies fear. The Stoics understood this pattern with remarkable clarity. They believed that comfort, when experienced without balance, can weaken the mind's ability to face adversity. If a person spends every day surrounded by convenience and security, their tolerance for discomfort becomes very low. The moment life presents something difficult, the mind reacts with intense resistance. To prevent this weakness, Stoic philosophers practiced something unusual. They intentionally introduced small forms of hardship into their lives. This practice was not about punishment or self-denial. It was about training the mind to remain calm when conditions were less than ideal. By occasionally stepping outside comfort, they reminded themselves that happiness and strength do not depend on perfect circumstances. Seneca wrote about this habit in his Reflections on Resilience. He encouraged people to occasionally live as if they had less than usual, eating simple food, sleeping with fewer luxuries, walking instead of riding, or choosing tasks that required physical effort. These practices allowed the mind to experience discomfort in a controlled way. The purpose was simple. If the mind regularly experiences small hardships by choice, it becomes far less intimidated by unexpected difficulties. When a person voluntarily steps into situations that challenge them, they begin collecting evidence of their own capability. The mind learns that discomfort does not destroy peace. It becomes something temporary that can be endured and understood. This process gradually changes how fear operates. Instead of reacting strongly to every unpleasant sensation, the mind becomes more familiar with discomfort. The racing heart before a challenge feels less alarming. The uncertainty surrounding a new opportunity feels less threatening. The brain recognizes these sensations as familiar experiences rather than emergency signals. Modern psychology often refers to this process as stress inoculation. Just as the body becomes stronger through physical exercise, the mind becomes stronger through manageable exposure to difficulty. Each experience of voluntary hardship teaches the brain that adversity is survivable. Confidence grows from repeated evidence rather than abstract belief. The Stoics practiced this long before the concept had a scientific name. They believed that the person who occasionally embraces hardship willingly becomes mentally prepared for the hardships that arrive without invitation. Life inevitably presents challenges: financial setbacks, criticism, loss, unexpected changes. When the mind has already trained itself to handle discomfort, these events no longer feel overwhelming. Strength becomes familiar. A person who only experiences comfort becomes dependent on it, but a person who has practiced living without constant convenience develops a deeper sense of stability. Their well-being no longer relies on perfect conditions. They know from experience that they can adapt. This adaptability weakens fear. When the mind knows it can function even in difficult situations, uncertainty loses much of its power. The brain stops interpreting every disruption as a threat to survival. Instead, challenges begin to look like problems that can be approached calmly. The Stoics believed that this quiet confidence is one of the most valuable forms of strength. It does not require dramatic bravery or heroic acts. It grows slowly through repeated moments of voluntary discipline. Choosing the harder path occasionally, practicing patience in uncomfortable situations, remaining steady when things do not go according to plan. Each of these experiences expands the mind's tolerance for difficulty, and as that tolerance grows, fear begins to shrink. What once felt intimidating becomes manageable. Situations that once produced anxiety become opportunities to practice resilience. The mind gradually stops fearing discomfort because it has learned through experience that discomfort does not define the outcome. It is simply part of the journey toward greater strength. In this way, voluntary hardship becomes a powerful teacher, not by making life harder for the sake of struggle, but by reminding the mind of something it easily forgets. You are far more capable than comfort alone would ever allow you to discover. And once the mind begins to understand that hardship does not destroy strength, another interesting shift begins to take place. Situations that once seemed frightening no longer appear as overwhelming as they did before. The mind slowly realizes that difficulty can be endured, yet there is still another trick fear uses to regain control. Fear rarely limits itself to the present moment. It prefers to travel into the future. When uncertainty appears, the mind begins constructing scenes that have not happened yet. It predicts loss, embarrassment, failure, rejection, and countless other outcomes. These imagined possibilities slowly build tension inside the body. The strange thing is that none of these events have occurred, yet the mind reacts as if they already have. This is why fear often grows stronger through imagination. But the Stoics developed a fascinating method to deal with this habit. Instead of running away from frightening possibilities, they sometimes moved toward them in thought. They practiced mentally rehearsing the worst-case scenarios. At first glance, this might sound strange. Why would anyone deliberately think about things going wrong? Wouldn't that make fear worse? The Stoics discovered the opposite effect. When the mind calmly examines the worst possible outcome, the imagined disaster often becomes far less terrifying. Because once examined clearly, the worst case is rarely as catastrophic
as the imagination suggested. The Stoics called this practice premeditatio malorum, which simply means the premeditation of difficulties. It was a mental exercise designed to remove the shock that often accompanies unexpected events. When the mind rehearses possible setbacks in advance, it becomes less surprised when challenges appear. Marcus Aurelius often reminded himself that life will include obstacles, criticism, misunderstandings, and setbacks. Instead of hoping these difficulties would never appear, he trained his mind to expect them calmly. By doing this, he prevented himself from being emotionally shaken when they eventually arrived. This approach does not create pessimism. Instead, it creates preparation. When the mind briefly considers what might go wrong, it gains clarity about what truly matters. For example, someone may fear losing their job. The imagination quickly expands this fear into a chain of frightening consequences. But when the person calmly examines the situation, they realize that losing a job does not erase their skills, their ability to learn, or their capacity to rebuild. The imagined disaster loses much of its power once it is analyzed. The Stoics believed that fear thrives in vague uncertainty. When the mind avoids thinking about potential problems, those problems become mysterious and exaggerated. But when the mind shines a clear light on them, they begin to look manageable. This process transforms anxiety into preparation. Instead of repeating vague worries like something terrible might happen, the mind begins asking practical questions. If this difficulty occurred, how would I respond? What resources would I rely on? What steps could I take to recover? These questions replace helplessness with strategy. Confidence quietly grows from this shift. Modern psychology has observed a similar pattern. Many therapists encourage individuals to explore their fears directly rather than suppress them. When the brain examines feared scenarios carefully, it often discovers that the consequences are survivable. The unknown becomes known, and the emotional reaction weakens. The Stoics practiced this reflection daily. They reminded themselves that loss, illness, criticism, and unexpected change are natural parts of human life. By accepting these possibilities intellectually, they prevented themselves from being emotionally overwhelmed when life became difficult. This acceptance creates a surprising form of peace. When the mind no longer expects life to unfold perfectly, setbacks lose their power to shock. A person who mentally prepares for challenges becomes calmer when those challenges appear. Instead of reacting with panic, they respond with thoughtful action. The worst case becomes something the mind has already visited before, and when the mind has already visited a place in thought, arriving there in reality feels far less frightening. There is also another benefit hidden within this Stoic practice. When people reflect on potential loss, they often become more grateful for what currently exists. The simple act of considering the absence of something valuable, health, friendship, opportunity, can make its presence feel more meaningful. This awareness deepens appreciation for the present moment. Fear loses some of its influence when the mind stops treating uncertainty as a mysterious enemy. Instead, uncertainty becomes something that can be examined, understood, and prepared for calmly. Through this process, imagination stops working against you and begins working for you. The same mental power that once created exaggerated fears now becomes a tool for resilience. By mentally rehearsing difficulties in a controlled and thoughtful way, the mind becomes less vulnerable to sudden shocks, and little by little, fear begins to lose one of its greatest advantages: the element of surprise. Because when the mind has already faced the worst in thought, it discovers a powerful truth. Even the most difficult possibilities do not erase your ability to respond with courage, patience, and clarity. And once that realization settles in, the future begins to look far less intimidating than it once did. As the mind becomes more familiar with uncertainty and learns to calmly face possible difficulties, another layer of fear slowly comes into view. Many of the worries people carry are not really about failure itself. Failure, when experienced privately, is often easier to accept. A mistake made alone can be corrected quietly. A setback faced in silence can become a lesson. But something changes the moment other people are watching. Suddenly, the same mistake feels heavier. The heart beats faster, the mind becomes tense, and the fear grows sharper. Not because the situation itself has changed, but because the possibility of being seen failing begins to appear. The human mind often reacts far more strongly to public embarrassment than to the failure itself. This is the quiet fear of being seen failing in public. It is one of the most common fears people experience, yet it rarely receives careful attention. The mind does not simply worry about making mistakes. It worries about how those mistakes will look in the eyes of others. A failed attempt suddenly feels like a public display of weakness. A wrong answer becomes something that might damage reputation. The mind begins imagining reactions from the crowd. People might laugh, they might judge, they might lose respect. These imagined responses create powerful hesitation. A person who might otherwise try something new becomes cautious. Opportunities that involve visibility begin to feel threatening. The safest option seems to be staying quiet, staying hidden, staying within familiar boundaries. But this protection comes at a cost. Avoiding public failure also means avoiding public growth. The Stoics understood that fear of reputation can quietly control behavior if it is not examined carefully. They believed that attaching too much importance to public opinion weakens the mind's independence. When a person constantly measures their actions against how they might appear to others, courage becomes difficult. Marcus Aurelius reminded himself often that other people's judgments are temporary and outside his control. Someone may misunderstand your intentions today and admire them tomorrow. Another person may criticize something they later realize was valuable. Public opinion moves quickly and rarely stays fixed. When the mind places its peace in something so unstable, anxiety naturally grows. The Stoics approached this fear by focusing on something more stable than reputation. Instead of trying to appear flawless, they concentrated on acting with integrity. A mistake made while trying to do the right thing did not threaten their character. It simply became part of the learning process. This shift changes how failure is experienced. When the goal is perfection in the eyes of others, failure feels humiliating. But when the goal is improvement and honest effort, failure becomes information. It reveals what works and what does not. It becomes a teacher rather than a public disaster. Many people who eventually achieve mastery in their fields have experienced countless public mistakes along the way. Speakers forget their words. Athletes lose important competitions. Inventors create ideas that do not succeed. These moments are visible to others, yet they are also necessary steps toward progress. Without those visible failures, growth would stop. The Stoics believed that a person who fears public mistakes too strongly becomes trapped in cautious behavior. They protect their image so carefully that they rarely attempt anything meaningful. Life becomes smaller because the mind is trying too hard to protect how it appears. Freedom begins when the fear of embarrassment loses its authority. Epictetus explained that people often care deeply about how they appear to others because they confuse reputation with worth. But reputation is a reflection that changes constantly. It depends on the perceptions of individuals who may not fully understand your intentions or efforts. Character, however, does not depend on those perceptions. Character is shaped by how you act, how you respond to difficulties, and how you treat others regardless of recognition. When the mind places greater value on character than on reputation, the fear of public failure becomes much weaker. The possibility of being seen struggling no longer feels unbearable.
Instead of asking, "What will people think if I fail?" the mind begins asking a more useful question: "What will I learn if I try?" This change in perspective opens doors that fear once kept closed. Speaking honestly becomes easier. Trying new paths becomes possible. Mistakes lose their power to define your identity. They become temporary moments in a much larger journey. Interestingly, many people respect honest effort more than flawless appearances. Seeing someone try, struggle, and continue often inspires admiration rather than ridicule. Public vulnerability can create connection because it reminds others that growth is rarely perfect. Strength grows quietly when the mind accepts that failure is part of visible effort. Each time you continue despite the possibility of embarrassment, the brain learns that public mistakes are survivable. The imagined humiliation rarely unfolds the way fear predicted. What once felt terrifying gradually becomes manageable, and through this process, a deeper confidence begins to form. Not the fragile confidence built on appearing perfect, but the steady confidence that comes from knowing you can continue learning even when others are watching. When that confidence appears, the fear of public failure slowly loses its influence, and what once felt like exposure begins to feel like participation in the real process of growth. As the fear of public failure begins to loosen its grip, another strange behavior of the mind becomes easier to notice. Many people assume fear only appears when something difficult or dangerous lies ahead. But the truth is far more subtle than that. Sometimes fear appears even when a better path is right in front of you. A new opportunity may promise growth, freedom, or improvement, yet the mind still hesitates. The reason is surprisingly simple. The brain often prefers familiar pain over unknown opportunity. There is something deeply comforting about what is already known, even when it is unpleasant. A person may remain in a job that drains their energy. Another may stay in relationships that no longer bring peace. Someone else may continue repeating habits that quietly hold them back. On the surface, it seems irrational. Why would anyone choose discomfort when something better might exist? But the brain is not always trying to maximize happiness. Its primary goal is to maintain predictability. Predictability gives the mind a sense of control. When a situation is familiar, the brain already understands the patterns. It knows what to expect, how to react, and how to navigate the environment. Even if the situation includes stress or frustration, the mind has already mapped it. Unknown opportunities are different. They contain possibilities the brain cannot fully predict. Success may be possible, but so is uncertainty. New environments bring unfamiliar people, unfamiliar expectations, and unfamiliar outcomes. The mind begins asking questions it cannot answer yet. What if it doesn't work? What if I regret the decision? What if things become harder instead of better? Because the future is unclear, the brain quietly chooses the discomfort it already understands. The Stoics recognized this pattern long before modern psychology described it scientifically. They noticed that many people remain attached to circumstances that limit them simply because those circumstances feel familiar.
a person becomes accustomed to their struggles. Over time, those struggles start to feel like part of their identity. Leaving them behind begins to feel unsettling. Marcus Aurelius often reflected on how the mind clings to habits even when those habits are unhelpful. Familiar routines create a sense of psychological stability. Breaking away from them requires stepping into uncertainty, and uncertainty naturally triggers fear. This is why people sometimes defend situations that clearly do not serve them. The mind whispers that staying where you are may be uncomfortable, but at least it is predictable. The unknown path ahead could bring improvement, but it also requires courage. The brain reacts by amplifying every possible risk associated with change. Fear quietly becomes a guardian of the familiar. But the Stoics believed that growth requires the willingness to face uncertainty. They taught that strength develops when a person stops measuring safety by familiarity and begins measuring it by alignment with reason and values. In other words, what matters is not whether something feels comfortable today, but whether it leads toward a life guided by wisdom and purpose. Epictetus reminded his students that the discomfort of growth is temporary, while the regret of remaining stuck can last much longer. The brain often exaggerates the dangers of new opportunities while minimizing the costs of staying where you are. Yet, when examined honestly, the cost of staying in familiar pain can be significant. A person may spend years postponing meaningful change because the first step feels uncertain. Opportunities appear and disappear while hesitation remains. Over time, the familiar discomfort becomes normal and the mind slowly adjusts its expectations downward. Life becomes smaller without the person even realizing it. The Stoics encouraged people to question this quiet compromise. They believed that fear should not be allowed to disguise stagnation as safety. When the mind clings to familiar pain, it is often protecting comfort rather than protecting well-being. Recognizing this habit is the first step toward freedom. Once the mind understands why it resists change, hesitation becomes easier to challenge. The question shifts from, what if something goes wrong, to, what if staying the same quietly limits my potential? This shift opens the door to a more honest evaluation of the choices ahead. Courage does not mean eliminating uncertainty. It means deciding that growth is worth stepping into the unknown. Each time a person chooses opportunity over familiar limitation, the brain begins updating its expectations. The unknown becomes less intimidating. New experiences become sources of learning rather than threats. Gradually, the mind becomes more comfortable with change. What once felt like a frightening leap begins to look like a natural step forward. The fear that once protected the familiar loses its influence as the brain gathers evidence that new paths can lead to improvement. And with time, something remarkable begins to happen. The mind stops clinging to familiar pain and begins seeking meaningful progress instead. When that shift occurs, opportunities that once felt intimidating start to look like invitations to grow. Fear may still appear occasionally, but it no longer determines the direction of your life. Instead, curiosity and courage quietly take its place. As the mind begins choosing growth over familiar limitation, another deeper misunderstanding starts to reveal itself. Many fears exist because people believe safety is something that can be found outside themselves. They search for it in stable jobs, reliable systems, approval from others, or predictable circumstances. The mind begins to believe that if everything around you remains controlled and secure, then fear will finally disappear. But life rarely stays predictable for long. Situations change, plans collapse, people disappoint, systems fail. The very things we trust for stability often shift in ways we never expected. When safety is built entirely on external conditions, fear naturally follows every change. This is where one of the Stoics' most powerful insights begins to emerge. The belief that safety exists outside your character is often an illusion. It feels logical at first. If a person has enough money, enough approval, enough protection from uncertainty, then life should feel secure. But history repeatedly shows that external conditions can disappear quickly. Wealth can change, positions can be lost, circumstances can shift overnight. If peace depends entirely on those conditions, then peace becomes fragile. The Stoics notice that people who rely on external safety often experience constant anxiety. They spend large amounts of energy trying to protect their environment from change. They try to predict every outcome, control every variable, and avoid every possible risk. Yet the world refuses to cooperate with such careful planning.
Uncertainty always finds a way to appear.
Marcus Aurelius often reminded himself that external events belong to the realm of chance. No matter how carefully someone prepares, life will always include unexpected moments. Storms arrive without invitation. Opportunities appear without warning. Other people make decisions that cannot be controlled. Trying to build permanent safety in an unpredictable world creates endless tension. The Stoics believed that real stability must come from somewhere else. Instead of searching for safety in circumstances, they focused on developing character. Character, in Stoic philosophy, means the internal qualities that guide how a person responds to life. Courage, wisdom, patience, discipline, fairness. These qualities remain available even when circumstances change. When safety is rooted in character, fear begins to lose its foundation. A person who depends on wealth for peace will fear losing it. A person who depends on reputation will fear criticism. A person who depends on comfort will fear hardship. But a person who depends on character knows that their response to any situation remains within their control. That knowledge creates a very different kind of confidence. Epictetus often taught that some things belong to us and some things do not. Our thoughts, decisions, and actions belong to us. Other people's opinions, unexpected events, and external outcomes do not. When people confuse these two categories, they spend their lives worrying about things they cannot control. This confusion feeds fear constantly. But when the mind begins focusing on what truly belongs to it, a sense of steadiness appears. Even in uncertain situations, the person knows they still possess the ability to think clearly, choose wisely, and act with integrity. External events may still be unpredictable, but the response to those events becomes stable. Consider someone facing sudden criticism. If their sense of safety depends on universal approval, the criticism may feel deeply threatening. But if their safety comes from knowing they acted with honesty and effort, the criticism becomes easier to evaluate calmly. They can learn from it if it is useful, or release it if it is unfair. The difference lies not in the external event, but in the source of stability. The Stoics believe that the person who builds strength of character carries a form of safety that cannot easily be taken away. Circumstances may shift, but courage remains available. Situations may become difficult, but patience can still guide behavior. This inner foundation reduces the power of fear. Instead of asking, "Will everything go according to my plan?" the mind begins asking a more powerful question. Can I respond to whatever happens with wisdom and integrity? When the answer becomes yes, uncertainty becomes less intimidating. Modern psychology often describes this as internal locus of control. People who believe their well-being depends mainly on external forces feel more helpless when challenges appear. But those who focus on their internal abilities to adapt and respond develop greater resilience. The Stoics practiced this mindset centuries earlier. They trained themselves to see every situation as an opportunity to exercise character. Difficulty became a test of patience. Uncertainty became a test of courage. Disagreement became a test of fairness and understanding. Through this perspective, even unpredictable circumstances gained meaning. Life stopped feeling like something that needed to be perfectly controlled. Instead, it became a training ground where character could strengthen over time. Each challenge offered a chance to practice the qualities that truly mattered. And as those qualities developed, fear gradually weakened. The mind no longer searched desperately for external guarantees of safety. It recognized that the most reliable protection had always been internal, the strength of character that allows a person to face whatever life brings with clarity, calmness, and steady resolve. When that realization settles deeply, the illusion of external safety fades. And in its place appears something far more durable. The quiet confidence that no matter what changes outside you, the qualities that guide your response remain firmly within your control. As the mind begins to rely less on external conditions for safety and more on the strength of character within, another quiet shift becomes possible. Many fears lose their intensity when the mind stops searching for guarantees outside itself. But there is still one powerful habit that often keeps fear alive even after this realization: the habit of turning small uncertainties into imagined disasters. The mind has a strange ability to take a simple problem and expand it into something far more dramatic than reality requires. A minor mistake becomes the beginning of total failure. A disagreement becomes the end of a relationship. A setback becomes the collapse of the entire future. The mind does not simply notice challenges, it magnifies them. This pattern is known as catastrophic thinking. It happens quietly and quickly. A single negative thought appears, and before long, the imagination begins building an entire chain of consequences. Each imagined step leads to another worse outcome. Within minutes, the mind may be worrying about scenarios that are extremely unlikely to occur. What began as a small concern suddenly feels overwhelming. The Stoics noticed this mental habit long before psychology gave it a name. They observed that fear often grows not because events are truly dangerous, but because the mind exaggerates their significance. When a person immediately assumes the worst possible outcome, their emotional response becomes much stronger than the situation deserves. But the Stoics developed a method to weaken this habit. Instead of allowing the mind to expand fear into catastrophe, they practiced deliberately reducing the imagined threat. They calmly examined the situation and asked a simple question: what is actually happening right now? This step brings the mind back to reality. Marcus Aurelius often reminded himself to strip events of the dramatic stories the mind attaches to them. When the mind says something terrible has happened, it is helpful to pause and look at the bare facts. Perhaps a project failed. Perhaps someone criticized you. Perhaps an unexpected problem appeared. These events may be unpleasant, but they are rarely catastrophic. The Stoics believed that suffering often comes not from the event itself, but from the interpretation we add to it. When the mind predicts disaster before anything has truly happened, it creates emotional pain that may never have been necessary. Downgrading catastrophic thinking means removing that exaggerated interpretation. Instead of telling yourself that everything is ruined, you begin describing the situation in simpler terms. A mistake becomes a mistake, not a life-defining failure. A setback becomes a temporary obstacle, not a permanent defeat. By using calmer language, the mind reduces the emotional intensity attached to the event. This practice gradually weakens fear. Epictetus taught that events themselves do not disturb us. What disturbs us are the judgments we attach to them. When the mind automatically assumes the worst, it is not responding to reality, but to its own interpretation of reality. Learning to question that interpretation creates mental freedom. The Stoics trained themselves to ask practical questions whenever catastrophic thoughts appeared. Is this situation truly as terrible as my mind suggests? What evidence supports this fear? What alternative explanations might exist? These questions interrupt the emotional spiral that catastrophic thinking creates. Once the mind begins analyzing its own assumptions, the imagined disaster often begins to shrink. Many situations that felt overwhelming start to look manageable when examined calmly. A problem that seemed enormous may turn out to be a temporary inconvenience. The mind realizes that it has been projecting future suffering rather than observing the present moment. Modern psychology uses similar techniques in cognitive therapy. Therapists often encourage individuals to challenge catastrophic thoughts by examining their likelihood and replacing them with more balanced interpretations. When people practice this regularly, their anxiety often decreases significantly. The Stoics practiced this mental discipline through daily reflection. They reminded themselves that life includes difficulties, mistakes, and uncertainty. But they refused to allow the mind to transform these experiences into exaggerated disasters. By keeping their thoughts grounded in reality, they prevented fear from gaining unnecessary strength. This approach creates a powerful sense of stability. When the mind stops jumping to worst-case conclusions, it becomes easier to stay calm in challenging situations. Instead of panicking, the person focuses on what can actually be done. Attention shifts from worrying about imagined outcomes to solving the real problem in front of them. Strength grows through this clarity. Each time the mind downgrades a catastrophic thought, it reinforces the understanding that fear often exaggerates reality. The brain slowly learns that many worries are based on assumptions rather than facts. Over time, this awareness transforms the way the mind responds to uncertainty. Problems are still acknowledged, but they are no longer treated as disasters before they occur. The imagination stops inflating small challenges into overwhelming threats. Instead, the mind approaches difficulties with patience, reason, and steady perspective. And as this habit becomes stronger, fear begins to lose one of its most powerful tools, the ability to turn ordinary problems into imagined catastrophes. When that habit fades, the mind becomes calmer, clearer, and far more capable of facing life as it truly is, not as fear once exaggerated it to be. As catastrophic thinking begins to lose its grip, the mind starts noticing something surprising. Many fears were not as powerful as they once seemed. They were built from exaggeration, imagination, and habits of thought that slowly lost strength once examined carefully. But even after this progress, another pattern quietly appears, one that often confuses people who are trying to overcome fear. The more aggressively they try to eliminate fear, the stronger it sometimes becomes. This reaction feels frustrating. A person may decide that fear is something they must completely remove from their mind. They try to suppress it, push it away, or refuse to acknowledge it. They tell themselves they should not feel afraid at all, yet the harder they try to erase it, the more persistent the feeling becomes. This is one of the most misunderstood behaviors of the mind. Fear often intensifies when you try to eliminate it. The reason is simple, but subtle. When the mind treats fear as an enemy that must disappear immediately, it begins paying even more attention to it. Every small sensation is examined closely. Every nervous thought becomes a signal that something is wrong. The person begins monitoring their mind constantly, checking whether fear is still present. Ironically, this constant monitoring keeps fear active. The brain interprets this attention as evidence that the fear must be important. If you are spending so much energy trying to remove it, the mind assumes it must represent a serious threat. The alarm system remains switched on because your attention keeps reinforcing it. The Stoics understood this paradox long before modern psychology explained it scientifically. They did not teach people to eliminate fear completely. Instead, they taught people to change their relationship with it. Fear was not treated as a forbidden emotion that must disappear. It was treated as a natural signal that could be observed calmly without being obeyed. Marcus Aurelius often reminded himself that emotions arise naturally in the mind. They are not fully under our control when they first appear. What remains within our control is how we respond to them. Trying to prevent emotions from ever appearing creates unnecessary tension, but learning to observe them without panic creates clarity. This shift changes everything. When fear appears and you simply notice it without resisting, the emotional intensity often begins to fade on its own. The mind realizes that the sensation is not being treated as an emergency. Without resistance feeding it, the feeling loses momentum. Epictetus described a similar idea when he spoke about impressions entering the mind. Thoughts and feelings arrive naturally, but we do not have to accept every impression as truth. We can pause, observe, and decide how much importance it deserves. This practice prevents fear from becoming a struggle. Instead of fighting the feeling, you allow it to exist briefly while maintaining calm awareness. The body may experience tension or uncertainty, but the mind does not interpret those sensations as a crisis. Without dramatic reactions, the emotional wave gradually passes. Modern psychology describes this process through the concept of emotional acceptance. Research has shown that people who allow uncomfortable emotions to exist without resistance often recover from them faster than those who try to suppress them. Suppression requires constant mental effort, while acceptance allows the nervous system to settle naturally.
The Stoics practiced this acceptance with remarkable discipline.
They recognize that fear, like any emotion, is temporary. It rises, peaks, and eventually fades. The problem begins when people panic about the presence of fear itself. That panic adds a second layer of anxiety on top of the original feeling. This creates a cycle where fear feeds on resistance. Breaking this cycle requires patience rather than force. When fear appears, the Stoic response is not to eliminate it instantly, but to examine it calmly. What is this fear trying to signal? Is the situation truly dangerous, or is the mind reacting to uncertainty? These questions create distance between the emotion and the response. Once that distance appears, fear becomes easier to handle. The mind stops treating it as something that must disappear before action can begin. Instead, action can continue even while fear is present. This realization creates an important form of strength. Many people believe courage means feeling no fear at all, but the Stoics saw courage differently. Courage means acting according to reason even when fear appears. The presence of fear does not determine behavior. Your values and decisions do. When the mind accepts that fear may occasionally arise, the pressure to eliminate it disappears. Without that pressure, the emotional intensity often decreases naturally. The mind learns that fear is simply a passing reaction, not a permanent condition. It becomes one of many experiences that move through awareness rather than something that controls the direction of life. Over time, this calm relationship with fear changes how the brain responds to uncertainty. The nervous system becomes less reactive because it is no longer trained to panic about every uncomfortable sensation. Fear may still appear briefly, but it no longer expands into overwhelming anxiety. And in that quiet space where resistance once lived, a deeper confidence begins to form. Not the confidence that comes from eliminating fear, but the confidence that comes from knowing you can remain steady even when fear briefly passes through the mind. As the mind learns to stop fighting fear and begins observing it calmly, another surprising insight starts to appear. Fear is no longer treated as an enemy that must disappear. It becomes something that can be studied, and the more carefully it is studied, the more clearly a pattern begins to reveal itself. Fear often appears at the exact moments when something important is about to happen. This realization changes how the mind interprets the feeling entirely. For most of life, people are taught to treat fear as a warning sign that they should step back. When the heart begins beating faster or uncertainty appears in the mind, the natural reaction is to retreat. The body feels uncomfortable and the mind assumes something must be wrong. But what if fear sometimes appears not because something is wrong, but because something meaningful is about to begin? This is where the Stoics introduced a powerful shift in perspective. Instead of treating fear as a signal to stop, they often treated it as evidence that they were standing close to growth. The reason this happens is deeply connected to how the brain works. The mind is designed to protect what is familiar. Familiar routines require less energy and less risk. When a person begins approaching something new, speaking honestly, pursuing a different path, taking responsibility, or stepping into uncertainty, the brain recognizes that the situation falls outside the usual patterns. It reacts with caution. This reaction appears as fear, but that fear is not always a signal of danger. Sometimes it simply means that the brain is encountering territory it has not explored before. The nervous system becomes alert because it cannot yet predict the outcome. Growth almost always begins in that uncertain territory. The Stoics understood that progress requires stepping beyond what feels comfortable. They believed that a life guided by courage and wisdom will naturally involve moments of discomfort. When a person chooses to live according to their principles instead of their fears, they inevitably move into situations where the outcome is not guaranteed. Marcus Aurelius often reflected on the idea that obstacles and difficulties are not interruptions to life's path. They are part of the path itself. When the mind learns to see challenges as opportunities to practice strength, the emotional meaning of fear begins to change. Fear becomes a signal that growth may be nearby. Think about the moments when people experience the strongest hesitation. The first time speaking in front of a group, the decision to change a direction in life, the moment of telling the truth in a difficult conversation, the beginning of a new project that truly matters. These situations feel intimidating precisely because they carry the possibility of change. The brain senses that stepping forward could reshape identity, relationships, or future opportunities. That possibility triggers the body's alert system. The person feels nervous, uncertain, even tempted to retreat. But if the person pauses and examines the situation carefully, they may realize something important. The fear is not protecting them from danger. It is protecting them from transformation. The Stoics believed that transformation is part of becoming a stronger human being. They did not expect life to remain comfortable. Instead, they expected it to challenge them regularly. Each challenge became a chance to develop patience, courage, discipline, and wisdom. When fear appeared, it was sometimes interpreted as a sign that the mind was approaching a valuable lesson. This perspective weakens the hold fear normally has on behavior. Instead of asking, "How do I avoid this uncomfortable situation?" the mind begins asking a different question. What might I learn if I step forward? That shift in thinking turns fear from an obstacle into a guide. The presence of fear becomes a clue that something meaningful may lie ahead. Modern neuroscience has discovered something similar. The brain produces many of the same physical sensations during excitement and fear: a racing heart, increased alertness, heightened focus. The difference often lies in how the mind interprets those sensations. If the mind labels them as danger, anxiety increases. If the mind labels them as preparation for growth, confidence begins to rise. The Stoics practiced this reframing centuries ago. They understood that emotions are influenced by interpretation. When the mind views fear as evidence that it is approaching something important, the feeling becomes less intimidating. It becomes a signal of possibility. This does not mean every fearful situation leads to success. Some efforts will still fail. Some paths will require adjustment. But even those experiences provide valuable information that would never appear without action. Each time a person steps forward despite fear, the brain gathers new evidence. It learns that discomfort can lead to learning. It learns that uncertainty does not destroy stability. It learns that courage grows through repeated practice. Over time, the meaning of fear begins to transform. Instead of seeing it as a wall that blocks progress, the mind begins seeing it as a doorway that often stands at the edge of growth. The feeling that once caused hesitation becomes something worth investigating. Because very often, the places that trigger the strongest fear are the same places where the greatest development begins. And when the mind finally understands this pattern, fear stops looking like an enemy. It starts looking like a signpost pointing toward the next stage of strength. As fear slowly transforms from something that blocks movement into something that can signal growth, another quiet habit of the mind begins to reveal itself. Many people start understanding that fear does not always mean danger, yet they still hesitate. They recognize that opportunity may lie ahead, but something inside them continues to delay action. The reason often sounds reasonable. They tell themselves they will act when they feel ready. At first, this idea appears wise. Preparing carefully before stepping into something important seems responsible. Gathering knowledge, building confidence, waiting for the right moment. These all sound like signs of maturity. But hidden inside this thinking is a subtle trap that quietly keeps people stuck for years. The trap is believing that readiness must come before action. In reality, the mind rarely feels completely ready for something new. Uncertainty is a natural part of growth. Whenever a person approaches unfamiliar territory, the brain searches for guarantees that the outcome will be safe. Because those guarantees rarely exist, the mind postpones the decision. It tells itself that with a little more time, a little more preparation, or a little more confidence, the moment will eventually feel right. But that moment rarely arrives. The Stoics observed this pattern long ago. They noticed that people often delay meaningful action because they expect their emotions to align perfectly with their intentions. They wait for courage to appear before acting courageously. They wait for confidence before attempting something challenging. They wait for certainty before stepping into the unknown. The problem is that emotions rarely lead the way.
More often, emotions follow behavior.
Marcus Aurelius frequently reminded himself not to wait for the perfect mood to do what reason required. If something was worth doing, the absence of comfort was not a valid excuse to delay it. Action guided by principles was more reliable than waiting for emotional readiness.
This insight reveals something important about the mind.
Readiness is often created by movement, not by waiting. When a person begins taking small steps toward a goal, the brain gradually gathers new evidence. It learns that the situation is manageable. It adjusts to the unfamiliar environment. Confidence begins to grow through experience rather than imagination. But when a person waits for readiness before acting, the mind receives no new evidence. Instead, it remains in a loop of speculation. The brain continues predicting problems, imagining difficulties, and exaggerating uncertainty. Because no real action occurs to challenge those predictions, fear remains untested.
The imagined risks grow larger with time.
This is why many people remain stuck in preparation for far longer than necessary. They continue studying, planning, thinking, and rehearsing. While preparation is useful, endless preparation becomes a form of avoidance when it replaces action. The Stoics believed that wisdom involves recognizing when preparation has reached its limit. At that point, the next step must be taken through action rather than thought. Epictetus taught that philosophy itself was not meant to remain in theory. Its purpose was to guide behavior. Knowledge without action, he believed, produces little transformation. Real strength develops only when ideas are applied in real situations. This is why the Stoics encouraged people to practice courage even when the mind still felt uncertain. Courage, in their view, was not the absence of hesitation. It was the decision to act according to reason, despite the presence of hesitation.
Each action becomes a training ground for the mind.
The first step may feel uncomfortable. The second step becomes slightly easier. By the third or fourth attempt, the brain begins to treat the situation as familiar. What once felt intimidating gradually becomes part of normal experience. Confidence slowly replaces hesitation. Modern psychology describes this process through exposure and behavioral learning. When individuals repeatedly face situations they once avoided, their nervous system adapts. The brain learns that the feared outcome is unlikely or manageable. Emotional responses gradually calm as experience replaces imagination. The Stoics practiced a similar principle through daily discipline. They understood that waiting for emotional certainty often leads to stagnation. Instead of asking whether they felt ready, they asked whether the action itself was aligned with their values. If the answer was yes, they moved forward. Action guided by reason becomes stronger than hesitation guided by fear. Over time, this approach builds a powerful form of trust in oneself. A person begins to understand that readiness is not something that must appear before effort begins. It is something that grows through effort itself. The mind stops waiting for the perfect emotional moment. Instead, it focuses on taking the next reasonable step. And with each step, the illusion that readiness must come first begins to disappear. Fear loses its ability to delay meaningful progress. What once felt like an overwhelming leap begins to feel like a series of manageable actions. Strength quietly emerges through movement, not because the mind suddenly feels completely prepared, but because it learns that preparation often continues while the journey is already underway. As the mind begins to escape the trap of waiting until it feels perfectly ready, another quiet discovery begins to take shape. Many people believe courage must appear before action. They imagine bravery
as a feeling that arrives first, giving them the strength to move forward. But life often shows the opposite pattern. Courage rarely appears before the first step.
More often, it appears after it.
This realization surprises many people because the mind has been trained to expect confidence before movement. A person thinks they must feel brave before speaking honestly, before trying something new, before stepping into uncertainty. When that feeling of bravery does not appear, the mind interprets the absence of courage as a sign that the action should be avoided. But the Stoics saw courage very differently. They understood that courage is not a condition that must exist before action begins. It is something that grows through action itself. The moment a person takes the first step into a difficult situation, something begins to shift inside the mind. The unknown becomes slightly more familiar. The imagined threat begins to shrink. What once felt impossible starts to look manageable. This is because the brain learns most effectively through experience. Before action, the mind can only speculate about what might happen. It fills the future with imagined possibilities, many of which are exaggerated. These predictions create hesitation because they are built on uncertainty rather than evidence.
But once action begins, speculation is replaced by reality. Reality often turns out to be less dramatic than the mind expected.
Consider the moment before someone begins a difficult conversation. The mind may spend hours predicting every possible negative reaction. It may imagine anger, rejection, or humiliation. Yet, when the conversation actually begins, the situation often unfolds far more calmly than those imagined scenarios suggested. The act of beginning changes the emotional landscape. The Stoics recognize that fear thrives in anticipation but weakens in action.
When a person remains frozen in thought, the imagination continues expanding the problem. But once movement begins, the mind must shift its attention from worrying to responding. This shift creates space for courage to emerge.
Marcus Aurelius frequently reminded himself that life is experienced in the present moment, not in the endless projections of the mind. By focusing on the action directly in front of him, he prevented fear from growing through excessive speculation.
Each completed step provided new evidence that the situation was survivable.
Epictetus also emphasized that courage is developed through practice rather than waiting for emotional readiness. Just as a muscle strengthens through repeated use, courage strengthens each time a person acts according to reason despite hesitation. The first action becomes the most difficult one. It breaks the barrier between imagination and reality. Once that barrier is crossed, the mind begins to gather new information. The feared situation becomes clearer. Solutions begin to appear. Confidence slowly replaces uncertainty.
What once looked like a wall begins to look like a path.
Modern psychology supports this observation as well. Researchers studying behavior change have found that taking small actions often produces emotional shifts that thinking alone cannot achieve. The brain responds to movement by updating its expectations. Each successful step reduces the intensity of fear for the next one.
The body begins learning that the situation is not as threatening as it once believed.
This is why people often feel a sense of relief immediately after beginning something they previously feared. The act of starting interrupts the cycle of hesitation. The nervous system moves from anticipation into engagement. Engagement replaces anxiety with focus. The Stoics believed that this transition is one of the most powerful ways to weaken fear. When a person stops waiting for courage and instead allows action to generate courage, progress becomes possible even in uncertain situations.
Each experience reinforces the lesson. The mind learns that bravery does not need to arrive fully formed. It can grow gradually through effort. Small acts of courage accumulate over time, creating a stronger sense of self-trust. A person who repeatedly acts despite hesitation begins to see fear differently. Fear becomes a signal that action may be required rather than avoided. The presence of uncertainty no longer feels like a barrier. It becomes a natural part of meaningful effort. Over time, this pattern reshapes the relationship between thought and behavior. Instead of asking whether courage has appeared yet, the mind asks a simpler question. What is the next step that reason suggests? Once that step is taken, the path forward becomes easier to see. And through this process, courage reveals its true nature. It is not a feeling that must exist before action begins. It is a strength that often appears only after the first step has already been taken. As courage begins to appear through action, the mind slowly gains confidence in its ability to move forward, even when uncertainty is present. Each step taken despite hesitation teaches the brain that not every situation must be fully predictable before progress can begin. Yet, even after this realization, one particular fear often continues to linger quietly in the background. It is the fear of losing control over what will happen next. Human beings naturally prefer outcomes they can predict. When the future feels certain, the mind relaxes. Plans appear stable, expectations seem safe, and the path forward looks clear. But the moment uncertainty enters the picture, the mind becomes uneasy. Questions begin to appear. What if the result is not what I hoped for? What if the effort leads somewhere unexpected? What if everything changes in a way I cannot control? This fear does not always come from the action itself. Often it comes from the possibility that the result may fall outside our influence. The mind enjoys the illusion that if we plan carefully enough, work hard enough, and think far enough ahead, we can control how everything unfolds. But life rarely follows such precise arrangements. No matter how prepared a person may be, outcomes always involve factors beyond their reach. Other people make decisions. Circumstances shift. Opportunities appear and disappear without warning. The Stoics understood this reality with unusual clarity. They believed that one of the greatest sources of anxiety is the desire to control outcomes that do not belong to us. When the mind insists that the future must unfold in a specific way, fear naturally appears whenever uncertainty threatens that expectation. Marcus Aurelius often reflected on this tension between effort and outcome. He reminded himself that while actions belong to us, results do not always follow our preferences. A person may act with honesty and discipline, yet the external result may still be different from what they imagined. The Stoic solution to this fear was not to stop caring about results. Instead, it was to shift attention towards something more reliable. Rather than focusing on controlling the outcome, they focused on controlling the effort. The only part of any situation that truly belongs to you is how you think, how you decide, and how you act in the present moment. Everything else remains uncertain. Epictetus explained this principle through a simple but powerful idea. Some things are within our control, and some things are not. When we try to control what does not belong to us, frustration and anxiety become unavoidable. But when we concentrate on what is truly ours, our choices and our character, the mind becomes far more stable. This shift in perspective transforms the way fear operates. Instead of worrying about whether the future will unfold perfectly, the mind begins focusing on whether the present action is guided by wisdom and integrity. The question changes from, will this guarantee success, to, is this the right action to take right now? Once the focus moves toward effort instead of outcome, fear begins to lose its power. Consider a person preparing for an important opportunity. If their peace depends entirely on achieving a specific result, anxiety will dominate every step of the process. Every mistake feels catastrophic, and every uncertainty feels threatening. But if their attention remains on doing the best they can with the abilities they possess, the emotional pressure decreases. They still care about the result, but they no longer demand certainty. The Stoics believed that this mindset creates a form of inner freedom. A person who acts according to reason while accepting that outcomes remain uncertain becomes far less vulnerable to fear. Success can be appreciated without becoming an addiction. Failure can be examined without becoming a personal defeat. The mind becomes steady because it no longer depends on perfect results. Modern psychology supports this same idea through what researchers call process orientation. When individuals focus on the process rather than the outcome, their stress levels often decrease while performance improves. Attention stays grounded in what can be done now rather than what might happen later.
The Stoics practiced this discipline daily.
They trained themselves to release attachment to results that could not be fully controlled. Instead of measuring their lives by external success, they measured them by the quality of their actions. Did I act with honesty? Did I respond with patience? Did I choose courage over avoidance? These questions created a deeper sense of stability. Fear often arises when we believe our value depends on how events unfold. But when value is rooted in character and effort, the future becomes less intimidating. Outcomes may change, but the ability to respond wisely remains constant. This understanding slowly dissolves the fear of losing control. The mind no longer demands certainty from the future. It recognizes that uncertainty is part of life's natural rhythm. What matters most is not whether every plan unfolds perfectly, but whether each moment is approached with clarity and integrity. And when the mind learns to trust its ability to act well, regardless of outcome, a quiet form of confidence begins to appear. Not the confidence that comes from controlling everything, but the deeper confidence that comes from knowing you can face whatever happens next with steadiness and strength. As the mind begins letting go of its obsession with controlling outcomes, another quiet transformation becomes possible. The fear that once depended on uncertainty slowly begins to weaken when the mind focuses instead on what it can do in the present moment. But even with this understanding, fear does not disappear instantly. Certain situations still trigger old reactions. The body may tense, the mind may hesitate, and familiar doubts may return. The Stoics recognized this pattern clearly. They understood that insight alone is not enough to dissolve fear completely. The mind may understand something logically, yet emotional habits often remain. Those habits were built through repeated experiences over time, which means they must also be reshaped through repeated experiences.
This is where one of the most practical Stoic methods comes into view. Repeated contact with the very situations that once produced fear.
The Stoics believed that the mind becomes stronger not by avoiding what frightens it, but by gradually facing it again and again with calm awareness. Each encounter teaches the brain something new. The first time may feel uncomfortable, the second time slightly easier, and over time the nervous system begins to realize that the situation is not as dangerous as it once believed. Fear begins to fade through familiarity.
When the brain repeatedly encounters the same situation without experiencing the catastrophe it predicted, it updates its expectations. The alarm system that once reacted quickly begins to relax. What once felt threatening slowly becomes ordinary. This process requires patience. The Stoics never suggested throwing yourself recklessly into overwhelming situations. Instead, they encouraged steady exposure guided by reason. The goal was not to prove bravery through dramatic acts, but to retrain the mind through consistent experience. Epictetus often emphasized that philosophical training must be practiced in daily life. Ideas become powerful only when they are applied repeatedly in real situations. Each time a person faces something they once avoided, the mind gathers new evidence. That evidence slowly reshapes fear. Consider how this works in everyday life. Someone who fears speaking in public may initially avoid situations where attention is focused on them. The avoidance temporarily reduces anxiety, but it also reinforces the belief that public speaking is dangerous. The mind never receives evidence that the situation can be handled. But when the person begins facing smaller speaking situations, perhaps sharing an opinion in a conversation or asking a question in a group, the brain starts learning something new. The feared moment arrives, yet the predicted disaster does not. Confidence grows through these experiences. Marcus Aurelius described life as a series of opportunities to practice strength. Difficult situations were not interruptions to be avoided, but exercises that strengthened character. Each encounter with discomfort became a chance to develop patience, courage, and clarity. This mindset transforms fear into training. Modern psychology has rediscovered this same principle through exposure therapy. Researchers have found that gradually facing feared situations allows the brain to recalibrate its emotional responses. Avoidance keeps fear alive, but contact weakens it. Each exposure teaches the nervous system that the threat was exaggerated. The Stoics practiced this long before it became a clinical method. They deliberately stepped into situations that challenged their comfort. Not recklessly, but thoughtfully. Each experience became a reminder that the mind's predictions were often more dramatic than reality itself. This practice builds a unique form of confidence. Instead of believing you are strong simply because you feel strong, you begin knowing you are strong because you have faced difficult situations repeatedly. Experience replaces imagination as the foundation of courage. Over time, the feared situation begins losing its emotional intensity. The mind stops reacting with the same urgency. The body relaxes more quickly. The thoughts become clearer. What once felt intimidating begins to feel manageable, even routine. This transformation does not happen in a single moment. It grows slowly through repetition. Every encounter weakens the old fear slightly and strengthens the new understanding. The brain learns that uncertainty can be handled. It learns that discomfort is temporary. It learns that courage grows through experience rather than through perfect preparation. Eventually, the situation that once caused hesitation becomes part of normal life. The person who once avoided speaking begins expressing ideas confidently. The individual who feared criticism begins sharing opinions openly. The situations that once triggered anxiety become opportunities for growth instead of obstacles to avoid. This is the quiet power of repeated contact. The Stoics believed that fear fades not because the world becomes safer, but because the mind becomes more familiar with facing it. Each encounter builds resilience. Each experience strengthens the connection between reason and action. And through this steady process, the mind learns a powerful truth. What once seemed frightening often becomes manageable once you meet it often enough, with calmness, patience, and the willingness to face it again. As the mind becomes stronger through repeated contact with situations that once caused fear, a deeper kind of clarity begins to develop. The things that once seemed overwhelming start to look smaller. Situations that once created hesitation slowly lose their emotional weight. But the Stoics believed there was an even more powerful tool for dissolving fear completely, one that most people spend their lives trying to avoid thinking about: the quiet awareness of mortality. For many people, the idea of death is something uncomfortable that they try to push away from their thoughts. It feels dark, unsettling, and unnecessary to dwell on. The mind prefers to focus on plans, ambitions, and daily routines instead of confronting the reality that life is temporary. Yet the Stoics saw this reality very differently. They believed that remembering the limited nature of life does not weaken the mind, it strengthens it. Fear often grows because the mind behaves as if time is endless. When people believe there will always be another opportunity, another year, another moment to act, hesitation becomes easy. The mind postpones difficult decisions. It delays meaningful changes. It waits for perfect conditions that may never arrive. But when a person truly understands that life is limited, the value of each moment becomes clearer. Marcus Aurelius frequently reminded himself that every human life eventually comes to an end. This thought was not meant to create sadness. It was meant to sharpen awareness. When you realize that time is finite, many of the fears that once seemed important suddenly appear trivial.
The fear of embarrassment loses its power when you remember how short life really is.
The fear of criticism becomes less intimidating when you understand that opinions fade quickly while time continues moving forward. Even the fear of failure begins to shrink when compared to the greater regret of never trying at all. Mortality awareness places fear in a different perspective. The Stoics practiced this reflection intentionally. They would remind themselves that each day could be their last, not to create anxiety, but to encourage clarity. When the mind understands that time is precious, it becomes less willing to waste energy on unnecessary worries. Instead of asking, "What if things go wrong?" the mind begins asking a more meaningful question. If life is limited, what truly deserves my attention right now? This question changes the way fear operates. Many fears rely on exaggerating the consequences of temporary situations. But when those situations are compared to the vast timeline of life itself, they become smaller. A moment of discomfort becomes insignificant when placed beside the importance of living honestly and fully. Epictetus taught that people often fear the wrong things. They fear embarrassment, loss of reputation, or uncertain outcomes, while forgetting that the most valuable thing they possess, time, is quietly passing. Once a person becomes aware of this truth, priorities begin to shift. The mind becomes less concerned with protecting comfort and more focused on using life wisely. Decisions are guided by purpose rather than hesitation. Opportunities are approached with curiosity rather than avoidance. Mortality awareness strips fear of its exaggeration. It reminds you that most worries are temporary. Most problems are small compared to the vast experience of living. The things that once seemed frightening often turn out to be minor moments in a much larger story. This perspective creates a powerful sense of urgency, not panic, but clarity. When time is understood as limited, courage becomes more natural. Waiting for perfect conditions begins to feel wasteful. Postponing meaningful action begins to look like a loss rather than a form of safety. The Stoics believed that remembering mortality helps people live more honestly. It encourages them to speak the truth instead of hiding it. It encourages them to pursue meaningful work instead of remaining trapped in familiar routines. It encourages them to appreciate the present instead of worrying endlessly about the future. In this way, awareness of death becomes a tool for strengthening life. Modern psychology has begun recognizing similar effects. Studies have shown that people who reflect on the limited nature of time often become more focused on what truly matters. They prioritize relationships, meaningful goals, and personal values rather than superficial concerns. This reflection reduces the influence of fear, because when life is viewed from the perspective of its limited duration, the question changes from "what if I fail" to "what will I regret not doing while I had the chance?" That shift dissolves many of the fears that once felt overwhelming. The mind begins to understand that avoiding every possible risk is not the path to safety. It is the path to stagnation. Life was never meant to be perfectly controlled. It was meant to be experienced fully while guided by wisdom and character. And when a person remembers that time is precious and temporary, fear begins to lose one of its strongest arguments, because suddenly the greatest risk is no longer failure. The greatest risk becomes allowing fear to quietly steal the moments that make life meaningful. And when the mind begins seeing life through the lens of limited time, another quiet truth slowly surfaces. Many fears that once felt powerful start to look strangely unnecessary. The fear of embarrassment weakens. The fear of failure becomes manageable. The fear of uncertainty begins to shrink. Yet there is still another kind of fear that often hides deeper than the rest. It is the fear of disappointing people, not people who believe in you, but people who expect very little from you. This fear is subtle and difficult to recognize because it does not always appear as fear at first. Instead, it disguises itself as comfort. When people expect little from you, there is no pressure to grow. There is no challenge to step forward, no demand to prove your ability. At first, this can feel safe, but over time, something unusual begins to happen inside the mind. A person may start adjusting their ambitions to match the low expectations around them. They begin shrinking their goals quietly so they do not stand out too much. They avoid pursuing something meaningful because doing so might surprise or even disturb the people who have grown comfortable seeing them remain the same. This creates a hidden kind of fear. The fear of rising above the expectations that others have placed on you. Sometimes people hesitate to pursue change, not because they doubt their ability, but because success might disrupt the roles everyone has become used to. Friends, family members, or colleagues may have grown comfortable seeing you in a certain position. If you suddenly begin evolving, learning more, taking responsibility, speaking with confidence, it may challenge their image of who you are. The mind senses this possibility and becomes cautious. It begins asking quiet questions. What if people think I am changing too much? What if they become uncomfortable with the new direction of my life? What if success creates distance between me and those who once felt familiar? These questions can create hesitation even when opportunity appears clearly. The Stoics understood that human beings naturally care about belonging. Social connection is important, and the desire for acceptance is deeply rooted in the mind. But they also believe that living according to truth and personal growth sometimes requires stepping beyond the expectations others have assigned to you. Marcus Aurelius often reminded himself that the opinions of others are outside his control.
People will interpret your actions based on their own perspectives, their own insecurities, and their own limitations. If you try to shape your entire life around those interpretations, you may never fully explore your potential. Fear begins when the mind confuses loyalty with limitation. There is nothing wrong with caring about the people around you. But when their expectations begin determining your direction in life, the mind slowly gives away its independence. Instead of asking what is wise or meaningful, it begins asking what will keep everyone comfortable. Growth rarely follows comfort. The Stoics believed that the purpose of life is not to maintain the expectations others place upon you. The purpose is to develop character, wisdom, and strength. These qualities often require stepping into new territory, even if others feel uncertain about the change. Epictetus taught that people sometimes become prisoners of reputation and social roles. When others grow used to seeing you in a certain way, they may resist changes that challenge that image. But your responsibility is not to protect their expectations. Your responsibility is to live according to reason and integrity. This realization brings a powerful sense of freedom. When you stop measuring your progress against the expectations of others, you begin focusing on something far more important, your own development. Some people may feel inspired by your growth. Others may feel uncomfortable because it reminds them of changes they have not yet made themselves. Both reactions belong to them, not to you. The Stoics believed that living honestly sometimes requires accepting that not everyone will understand your choices. Some people may prefer the familiar version of you they once knew, but that preference should not prevent you from becoming the person you are capable of becoming, because remaining small for the comfort of others quietly limits your own life. When the mind releases the fear of disappointing those who expect little, something remarkable happens. Ambition becomes clearer. Curiosity becomes stronger. Decisions begin reflecting genuine values instead of social expectations. Growth becomes natural. The mind no longer asks, "Will people feel comfortable with my progress?" Instead, it asks a more honest question. Am I becoming the kind of person I respect? Once that question becomes the guide, fear begins to fade, because living according to your values will always matter more than maintaining expectations that were never meant to define you. And as this understanding settles deeper, the quiet pressure to remain small begins to disappear. In its place appears something far more powerful. The courage to grow beyond the limits others once believed were enough for you. And once the mind begins releasing the pressure to remain small for the comfort of others, another quiet pattern begins to reveal itself. Many fears that influence human behavior are not based on real events at all. They are built inside the imagination. A person may hesitate to speak, avoid taking a step forward, or abandon an idea, not because anything bad has happened, but because the mind has already constructed a negative outcome in advance. This is one of the mind's most convincing tricks. It creates imaginary social consequences. These consequences often feel very real while they exist in thought. The mind begins predicting reactions from others as if those reactions have already occurred. It imagines criticism, rejection, laughter, or disappointment. Entire conversations appear in the mind before a single word has actually been spoken. The body reacts as if those imagined scenes are real. The heart may beat faster. The muscles become tense. The mind starts searching for ways to avoid the situation completely. All of this can happen even when no one else has said or done anything yet. The Stoics observed this habit carefully. They noticed that human beings often suffer more from their expectations of social reactions than from the reactions themselves. The mind builds complex stories about what others might think. These stories become powerful enough to influence behavior long before reality has a chance to unfold. This is how fear grows without evidence. The imagination begins with a simple possibility. Someone might disagree, someone might judge, someone might misunderstand. Instead of leaving these possibilities alone, the mind expands them into full scenarios. It predicts humiliation, rejection, or lasting damage to reputation. Yet, most of these predictions never actually happen. Marcus Aurelius often reminded himself that other people's thoughts are rarely as focused on us as we assume. Everyone is occupied with their own concerns, their own worries, and their own internal struggles. The attention we believe others are giving us is often much smaller than we imagine. But the mind rarely sees it that way. It behaves as though every action will be closely examined and permanently remembered by everyone around us. This illusion makes even small risks feel dangerous. A person may avoid expressing an opinion because they imagine others silently judging it. Someone else may refuse to attempt something new because they picture an audience watching every mistake. The imagined audience becomes a source of anxiety. The Stoics believed that this fear grows because the mind places too much value on social approval. When approval becomes the measure of safety, every possible reaction from others begins to feel important. But social reactions are unpredictable. Some people may admire your actions. Others may misunderstand them. Many will not notice them at all. Trying to predict every possible reaction is impossible, yet the mind still attempts to do it. This effort creates unnecessary tension. Epictetus taught that a wise person learns to separate their own actions from the opinions others may form about those actions. You can control how honestly you speak, how carefully you act, and how respectfully you treat others. But you cannot control the thoughts that form in another person's mind. Recognizing this truth weakens the power of imaginary consequences. Instead of worrying about reactions that have not occurred, the mind returns to the present moment. It focuses on the action itself rather than the imagined judgment that might follow. This shift brings clarity. When you look closely at many fears, you may realize they are built entirely from assumptions. The mind predicted embarrassment where none occurred. It imagined criticism from people who were never paying attention. It assumed rejection from people who might have been supportive. The problem was never the social situation itself. The problem was the story the mind created about that situation. The Stoics trained themselves to question these stories carefully. Whenever the mind began predicting social disaster, they would ask whether the prediction had real evidence behind it. Often the answer was no. Without evidence, the imagined consequence lost its authority. Modern psychology has identified this same habit through concepts like mind reading and projection. People often assume they know what others are thinking, even when no information exists to support that belief. These assumptions can create anxiety that has no connection to reality. The Stoics addressed this centuries earlier by encouraging disciplined thinking. They believed that the mind becomes stronger when it learns to distinguish between facts and imagination. Facts belong to the present moment. Imagination belongs to speculation about the future. Fear grows when imagination replaces observation. But when the mind returns to what is actually happening right now, many fears disappear. The imagined crowd fades away. The predicted criticism loses its voice. What remains is simply the opportunity to act with honesty and clarity. And once the mind sees how often it invents consequences that never arrive, a new kind of confidence begins to grow. The confidence that comes from understanding that many of the fears that once held you back were nothing more than stories the mind quietly told itself. As the mind begins recognizing how often it invents social consequences that never truly appear, another powerful shift becomes possible. Many fears begin to weaken the moment we notice how much of our anxiety is built from imagined futures. The mind travels forward, predicting reactions, predicting outcomes, predicting disasters that have not happened yet. And while the mind is busy living in those imagined futures, something important is forgotten. The present moment. Fear often grows when the mind stretches too far ahead. It tries to control days, months, even years that have not yet arrived. It builds complicated scenarios about what life might become. Each prediction adds another layer of pressure, another layer of uncertainty. The future begins to feel overwhelming. But the Stoics discovered a simple and powerful way to break this cycle. They reduced life to the present hour. Instead of carrying the weight of the entire future on their shoulders, they focused their attention on the single moment directly in front of them. This did not mean ignoring responsibility or avoiding long-term thinking. It meant understanding that the only time in which action can truly occur is now. The future cannot be controlled today. Only the present moment can be lived. Marcus Aurelius practiced this discipline constantly. In his private reflections, he reminded himself that life is experienced one moment at a time. Worrying about events that may or may not happen tomorrow only weakens the mind today. When attention returns to the present task, the mind becomes calmer and more effective. Fear loses much of its power in this smaller space. Think about how overwhelming life can appear when viewed all at once. A person may think about their entire career, their reputation, their financial future, their relationships, and their responsibilities all at the same time. The mind begins carrying years of uncertainty in a single moment. No wonder fear becomes heavy. But when life is reduced to the present hour, the burden becomes lighter. Instead of worrying about everything that might happen in the future, the mind asks a simpler question. What is the right action in this moment? This question brings clarity. The mind stops trying to control everything at once. It focuses on the next decision, the next step, the next conversation. Each moment becomes manageable because it contains only one task at a time. Epictetus taught that the future does not belong to us. It arrives when it arrives. Our responsibility is to meet the present moment with reason and discipline. When a person learns to live this way, they stop fighting battles that have not yet begun. This creates a powerful form of mental stability. Many fears exist only because the mind insists on living far ahead of the present moment. It imagines outcomes years into the future and reacts to them emotionally as if they are already happening. But the future does not need to be solved today. The present moment only requires one clear step. Modern psychology recognizes this same principle in practices like mindfulness. When attention returns to the present experience, the breath, the task, the conversation, the nervous system begins to calm. Anxiety decreases because the brain stops trying to predict distant possibilities. The Stoics practiced this long before it had a modern name. They understood that peace appears when the mind stays close to the present moment. When you focus on the hour in front of you, most fears become irrelevant. Tomorrow's problems belong to tomorrow. Next year's challenges will be handled when they arrive. Right now, there is only this moment. And in this moment, the mind still possesses the ability to think clearly, act wisely, and respond with strength. This perspective transforms how fear is experienced. Instead of carrying the weight of countless imagined futures, the mind deals with one situation at a time. Problems become tasks rather than overwhelming mysteries. The future slowly loses its power to intimidate. A person who learns to live hour by hour becomes far more resilient. Unexpected events may still occur, but they are handled when they appear rather than feared endlessly beforehand. This is why the Stoics treated the present moment as the center of a well-lived life. The past cannot be changed. The future cannot be controlled. But the present hour belongs completely to you. And when life is reduced to this simple focus, fear begins to dissolve. Because the mind finally realizes that the only thing it truly needs to handle right now is this moment. And once life is reduced to the present hour, the mind begins to experience a new kind of calm. The future no longer feels like an endless storm waiting to arrive. Problems become smaller because they are faced one moment at a time. But even within this calmer perspective, one fear often remains deeply rooted in human behavior. It is the fear of losing reputation. This fear is powerful because reputation lives in the minds of other people. It is shaped by opinions, impressions, and stories that circulate quietly through social circles. For many people, reputation becomes something fragile that must be protected carefully. A single mistake feels like it could damage the image they have spent years building. Because of this, people often behave cautiously. They avoid speaking honestly when their words might be misunderstood. They hesitate to take risks that could lead to visible mistakes. They protect the appearance of competence even when growth would require admitting uncertainty. Reputation begins to feel like something that must never be touched. But the Stoics saw this fear very differently. They believed reputation is one of the most unstable things a person can rely on. It lives entirely outside your control. You may act with honesty, discipline, and good intention, yet others may still misunderstand your actions. Someone may criticize you not because you acted poorly, but because they see the situation through a different lens. The opinions of others shift constantly. Marcus Aurelius often reminded himself that reputation is nothing more than the echo of other people's thoughts. Those thoughts are influenced by their experiences, their beliefs, and their moods. Trying to control them is impossible. Yet many people spend enormous energy trying to shape how everyone perceives them. This effort creates anxiety. When the mind believes that reputation defines personal worth, every action becomes a performance. A person begins measuring their value through approval and criticism. Praise feels uplifting, while negative opinions feel threatening. But both are unstable foundations. The Stoics believed that character is far more reliable than reputation. Character lives within your control. It is shaped by how you think, how you treat others, and how you respond to difficulties. These qualities remain available even when reputation changes. A person may lose public approval and still keep their integrity. Epictetus taught that a wise person does not attempt to manage every opinion others may form. Instead, they focus on living according to principles they respect. If criticism appears, it can be examined calmly. If praise appears, it can be received without becoming dependent on it. Peace grows when reputation stops being treated as a measure of worth. The fear of losing reputation often exaggerates the consequences of mistakes. The mind imagines permanent damage to social standing. It predicts lasting judgment from others. But reality is rarely so dramatic. Opinions change quickly. People move on to new concerns. Yesterday's criticism becomes tomorrow's forgotten conversation. Even public mistakes often fade from memory as new events replace them. What truly remains is the quality of your actions. The Stoics believed that protecting reputation too carefully can prevent meaningful growth. When a person refuses to risk their image, they avoid situations where learning might occur. They stay within familiar territory where mistakes are less visible, but growth often requires stepping beyond those boundaries. Marcus Aurelius often reflected on the idea that living honestly is more important than appearing perfect. A person who prioritizes character over reputation gains a unique kind of freedom. They are no longer trapped by the need to maintain a flawless image. Instead, they focus on living truthfully. Modern psychology recognizes this pattern as well. Research shows that people who tie their self-worth to external validation experience greater anxiety and stress. Their emotional state becomes dependent on approval from others. But when self-worth is grounded in internal values, stability increases. The Stoics practiced this internal grounding deliberately. They reminded themselves that reputation is temporary, while character is lasting. Even when reputation fluctuates, the ability to act with wisdom and fairness remains. This understanding weakens the fear of losing reputation. The mind stops treating criticism as a disaster. Instead, it becomes feedback that can be considered thoughtfully. Praise no longer creates attachment, and criticism no longer creates panic. The person becomes steady. They understand that their responsibility is not to manage every opinion in the world. Their responsibility is to live with clarity, honesty, and discipline in the present moment. And once this perspective settles deeply into the mind, reputation loses its power to control behavior. Because what others think may change from day to day. But the character you build within yourself remains the truest form of security you will ever possess. As the fear of losing reputation begins to loosen its grip, another subtle force behind fear becomes easier to recognize. Many anxieties that once felt overwhelming start to appear smaller when the mind stops measuring its worth through the opinions of others. Yet even after this shift, something inside the mind can still magnify certain situations far beyond their real importance. That force is the ego. The ego is not always loud or obvious. Often it works quietly in the background, shaping how we see ourselves and how we want others to see us. It builds an image of who we believe we are supposed to be: competent, respected, successful, capable. There is nothing wrong with wanting to grow or improve, but the ego often turns this desire into something fragile. It begins protecting the image instead of supporting the growth. This is where fear enters the picture. Small failures suddenly begin to feel dangerous, not because they cause real harm, but because they threaten the image the ego is trying to maintain. A simple mistake becomes embarrassing. A wrong answer feels humiliating. A small setback appears like proof that the image we created might not be true. The ego reacts strongly because it wants the story about ourselves to remain perfect. But perfection is impossible. The Stoics understood that human beings naturally make mistakes while learning and growing. They believed failure is not the opposite of progress. It is part of the process that creates progress. Yet the ego interprets failure differently. Instead of seeing it as information, it sees it as a threat to identity. This misunderstanding amplifies fear. The mind begins exaggerating the importance of small errors. A minor problem becomes something that feels deeply personal. The person may begin avoiding situations where mistakes are possible because each mistake feels like damage to the image they are trying to protect.
But protecting the image prevents improvement. Marcus Aurelius frequently reminded himself to stay humble about his own abilities. He understood that the ego's need to appear flawless creates unnecessary pressure. When a person becomes too attached to appearing capable, they become less willing to experiment, ask questions, or admit uncertainty. Learning requires the freedom to be imperfect. The Stoics believed that wisdom grows when a person focuses less on protecting their ego and more on developing their character. Character is strengthened through honesty, patience, and effort. These qualities allow a person to acknowledge mistakes without feeling destroyed by them. The ego, however, wants the opposite. It wants constant proof that it is right. This is why small failures can feel so uncomfortable when the ego is involved. The mistake is not only seen as an error, it becomes a challenge to the story we tell ourselves about who we are. Epictetus taught that people often suffer because they become too attached to external labels. When someone believes they must always appear intelligent, any moment of confusion feels threatening. When someone believes they must always succeed, even minor setbacks become emotionally heavy. But when a person releases these rigid labels, fear begins to shrink. Mistakes stop feeling like attacks on identity and start becoming normal parts of experience. A wrong decision becomes something that can be studied and improved. A failed attempt becomes practice rather than proof of weakness. This shift weakens the ego's influence. Instead of asking, "What will this mistake say about me?" the mind begins asking a more useful question. What can this teach me? That simple change transforms failure into information rather than humiliation. The Stoics practiced this mindset constantly. They believed that every challenge, every mistake, and every unexpected outcome offered an opportunity to strengthen understanding. When the ego stops demanding perfection, the mind becomes curious instead of defensive. Curiosity replaces fear. Modern psychology confirms this idea through the concept of a growth mindset. When individuals view mistakes as learning opportunities, they become more resilient and willing to try again. Their confidence grows because they are not threatened by temporary setbacks. The Stoics lived by this principle long before modern research described it. They recognized that fear often becomes exaggerated when the ego insists on maintaining a flawless image. But when humility replaces ego, mistakes become easier to accept. The mind becomes more flexible, more open, and more willing to learn. Strength begins growing in that flexibility. Small failures no longer feel like disasters. They become steps in a longer journey of improvement. The person continues moving forward, gathering experience and refining their abilities. And as the ego slowly releases its grip on the need to appear perfect, fear begins losing one of its strongest allies. Because once mistakes stop threatening identity, the mind becomes free to explore, to learn, and to grow without unnecessary hesitation. As the ego begins loosening its hold on the mind, something important becomes easier to see. Many fears were never truly about danger or failure. They were about protecting an image, protecting pride, protecting the way we hoped others would see us. Once that image becomes less important, the mind becomes lighter. But there is still one test that often reveals whether this inner freedom is truly developing. The moment someone insults you or criticizes something you have done. For many people, these moments immediately trigger a strong emotional reaction. The body tightens, the mind begins defending itself, and a quiet tension appears inside. Words from another person suddenly feel powerful, almost as if they have the ability to define who we are.
But the Stoics saw insults very differently. They believed that the power of an insult does not come from the words themselves. It comes from the meaning we choose to attach to those words. When someone criticizes you, the mind immediately begins interpreting the statement. If the mind believes the criticism damages your worth or reputation, the reaction becomes strong. But if the mind treats the comment as something separate from your identity, the emotional impact becomes much smaller. This is why the Stoics practiced indifference toward insults and criticism. Indifference does not mean ignoring everything people say or refusing to listen to feedback. The Stoics valued wisdom, and wisdom requires being open to learning from others. But they made an important distinction. Constructive feedback deserves attention. Random insults or careless criticism deserve far less importance. Not every opinion deserves your emotional energy. Epictetus explained this idea with a simple observation. When someone insults you, they are expressing their perception of you, not an objective truth. Their words reflect their experiences, their beliefs, and sometimes their own frustrations. Their opinion belongs to them.
It does not automatically belong to you.
But the mind often reacts as if criticism is an attack that must be defended immediately. This reaction comes from the same ego that once amplified fear of failure. The ego wants to protect its image. It wants to prove that the insult is wrong, unfair, or undeserved. The Stoics encouraged a calmer approach. Instead of reacting instantly, they paused and examined the criticism carefully. If the comment contained truth, they accepted the opportunity to improve. If the criticism was unfair or based on misunderstanding, they allowed it to pass without unnecessary attention. Marcus Aurelius often reminded himself that people speak and act according to their own understanding of the world. When someone behaves unfairly, it often reveals more about their own struggles than about the person they are criticizing. Recognizing this prevents unnecessary anger. When the mind stops taking every criticism personally, emotional stability grows stronger. Words lose their ability to control your mood. Insults become sounds rather than wounds. This does not mean becoming emotionally cold. It means becoming emotionally steady. A person who practices indifference toward insults learns to protect their attention. Instead of reacting to every comment, they focus on what truly matters, living according to their values and improving their character. The Stoics believe that responding calmly to criticism is a form of strength. Anyone can react with anger or defensiveness, but remaining composed requires discipline and self-awareness. When the mind stays calm, it can evaluate the situation clearly instead of being controlled by emotion. Sometimes criticism may even reveal something useful. Other times it may simply reflect someone else's frustration or misunderstanding. In either case, the Stoic response remains the same. Examine the words carefully, keep what is helpful, and release the rest. Modern psychology often describes a similar process through emotional regulation. When people learn to pause before reacting, they create space between the stimulus and their response. This space allows reason to guide behavior instead of impulse. The Stoics practiced this space deliberately. They trained themselves to remember that no insult has the power to damage character unless the mind accepts it as truth. Your integrity, patience, and wisdom cannot be destroyed by someone else's opinion. Only your reaction determines whether the insult has influence. Over time, practicing this indifference changes how criticism is experienced. Words that once caused tension begin to feel less threatening. The mind becomes more interested in understanding the situation than defending the ego. Peace replaces reactivity, and in that peace, a deeper kind of confidence begins to form. Not the confidence that depends on universal approval, but the confidence that comes from knowing your worth is rooted in your character, rather than in the shifting opinions of others. Once this understanding settles into the mind, insults lose their ability to disturb you. They become nothing more than passing sounds carried by the air, unable to shake the calm strength that now lives within you. As insults and criticism begin losing their ability to disturb the mind, a deeper realization slowly appears. The world itself has not changed. People still speak carelessly. Situations still become unpredictable. Problems still arrive without warning. Yet something inside you has started shifting. The same events that once triggered tension now feel smaller, almost distant. This is where one of the most powerful Stoic ideas begins to unfold. The idea of becoming untouchable. Not untouchable in the physical sense, and not untouchable through power, wealth, or status. The Stoics were not interested in building a life where nothing difficult ever happened. They understood that life will always contain challenges, misunderstandings, and uncertainty. Instead, they spoke about becoming untouchable through perspective. Perspective is the quiet force that determines how the mind interprets every event it encounters. Two people can face the exact same situation, yet experience it completely differently. One feels overwhelmed, insulted, or afraid. The other remains steady and calm. The difference is not the event.
The difference is the interpretation.
The Stoics trained themselves to recognize that many of the disturbances people experience do not come directly from reality. They come from the meanings the mind assigns to reality. A delay becomes an injustice. A criticism becomes humiliation. A mistake becomes proof of failure. Perspective quietly transforms ordinary events into emotional storms. But if perspective can amplify disturbance, it can also dissolve it. Marcus Aurelius practiced this mental discipline constantly. When something frustrating occurred, he would remind himself to step back and observe the situation from a wider viewpoint. Instead of reacting immediately, he would ask a simple question: what is this event really? Most of the time, the answer was surprisingly small. A rude comment is simply sound carried by the air. A mistake is simply a moment of imperfect action. A delay is simply time passing before something else occurs. When events are viewed without dramatic interpretation, their emotional intensity fades. This is the beginning of becoming untouchable. Not because the world stops producing difficulties, but because the mind stops exaggerating them. The Stoics believed that perspective acts like a lens through which life is viewed. When the lens is clouded by fear, pride, or insecurity, events appear threatening. But when the lens is clear and balanced, those same events become manageable. Perspective creates emotional distance. This distance allows the mind to respond with reason rather than impulse. Instead of reacting instantly to every irritation, the Stoic pauses and asks whether the situation truly deserves attention. Often, it does not. Epictetus taught that a person becomes stronger when they learn to separate what belongs to them from what belongs to the world. Other people's opinions belong to them. Unexpected events belong to life. The only thing that truly belongs to you is your response. When this distinction becomes clear, something remarkable happens. You stop fighting battles that were never yours to fight. This shift creates an inner stability that others often misunderstand. From the outside, a Stoic may appear calm even in situations that upset everyone else. This calmness is not indifference toward life. It is the result of carefully choosing which thoughts deserve energy. The Stoic does not ignore problems. They simply refuse to add unnecessary suffering through exaggerated interpretation. Modern psychology describes a similar process through cognitive reframing. When people change the way they interpret events, their emotional reactions change as well. The same situation that once caused anxiety can become neutral or even instructive. The Stoics practiced this reframing long before the term existed. They reminded themselves that every event contains two parts: the event itself and the story the mind creates about it. While the event cannot always be controlled, the story can always be examined. By adjusting the story, emotional freedom grows. Over time, the mind begins to experience fewer dramatic reactions. Small frustrations pass quickly. Criticism becomes information instead of injury. Delays become opportunities for patience rather than sources of anger. Life becomes quieter inside. This quiet strength is what the Stoics meant by becoming untouchable. Not immune to life, but immune to unnecessary disturbance. The person still experiences joy, sadness, and challenge, but these emotions no longer dominate the mind. Perspective becomes a shield that protects inner stability. And once the mind understands that most disturbances are created by interpretation rather than reality itself, fear begins losing another layer of its influence. Because the person who controls their perspective controls the doorway through which fear enters the mind. As perspective strengthens, a person begins noticing something subtle but powerful. Many of the fears that once seemed natural were never really about danger. They were about belonging. They were about acceptance. They were about staying safely inside the invisible boundaries set by the people around us. And when those boundaries begin to loosen, another fear quietly appears. The fear of standing alone. This fear is deeply human. For thousands of years, survival depended on being part of a group. Early humans who were rejected by their tribe faced real danger. Isolation meant vulnerability. Acceptance meant protection. Because of this history, the human mind developed a powerful sensitivity to approval. Even today, that ancient instinct still lives inside us. The mind often treats social approval as if it were necessary for survival. A disagreement with others can feel threatening. Expressing an unpopular opinion can create tension. Choosing a different path than the one expected by family, friends, or society can produce quiet anxiety. The fear is not always loud. Sometimes it appears as hesitation. A person may hold back an honest opinion. They may avoid pursuing something meaningful because it does not fit the expectations of others. They may adjust their behavior to stay accepted rather than acting according to their own values. Approval becomes a form of invisible safety. But the Stoics saw this pattern clearly. They believed that living according to constant approval from others creates a fragile life. When approval becomes the measure of right and wrong, a person's direction is no longer guided by their own principles. Instead, it shifts according to the changing opinions of the crowd, and the crowd changes constantly. Marcus Aurelius often reflected on how quickly public opinion moves from praise to criticism and back again. The same people who admire someone today may judge them tomorrow. If a person depends on approval for confidence, their emotional stability will rise and fall with those opinions. The Stoics believe this dependency weakens character. True strength, in their view, begins when a person becomes willing to stand by their principles even when approval disappears. This does not mean rejecting others or seeking conflict. It simply means allowing your decisions to be guided by reason rather than by popularity.
Standing alone does not mean being isolated.
It means being internally steady. Epictetus often reminded his students that the goal of philosophy is to live in harmony with reason and virtue, not in harmony with public opinion. If your actions are honest and thoughtful, the approval of others becomes a secondary matter rather than the primary concern. But reaching this point requires courage. The mind naturally prefers belonging. It prefers agreement. It prefers knowing that others support your choices. When that support disappears, uncertainty can appear quickly. Doubt may whisper that perhaps you are wrong simply because others disagree. The Stoics trained themselves to examine that doubt carefully. They asked whether the criticism coming from others was based on truth or simply on difference. Sometimes criticism reveals something valuable, but often it simply reflects the comfort people feel with what is familiar.
People tend to resist what challenges their expectations.
When someone chooses a different path, it can make others uncomfortable. Not because the choice is wrong, but because it reminds them that they could also choose differently. This discomfort sometimes appears as disapproval. The Stoics understood that this reaction is part of human nature. They did not expect universal agreement. Instead, they focused on building a relationship with their own conscience. When the mind knows it is acting according to thoughtful principles, external approval becomes less necessary. Inner clarity replaces social validation. Modern psychology describes a similar idea through the concept of internal versus external validation. People who rely heavily on external approval often experience greater anxiety and hesitation. Their decisions become influenced by the desire to avoid rejection. But those who develop internal validation become more stable. They evaluate their choices through their own values rather than through shifting social reactions. This independence creates confidence that is not easily shaken by disagreement. The Stoics cultivated this independence deliberately. They practiced reminding themselves that approval is pleasant, but not essential. A person can still live wisely even when misunderstood. They can still act with integrity even when others disagree. Over time, the fear of standing alone begins to fade. What once felt like isolation becomes something else entirely. It becomes freedom. Freedom to speak honestly. Freedom to pursue meaningful goals. Freedom to act according to principles rather than pressure. And when a person becomes comfortable standing without approval, they discover a strength that cannot be easily influenced by the changing winds of opinion. Because the person who stands firmly on their own values is never truly alone. They are supported by the quiet stability of their own character. Standing without approval slowly teaches the mind something important. When you stop depending on constant agreement from others, life becomes less predictable. The familiar signals of approval, reassurance, and confirmation begin to disappear. Decisions become quieter, paths become less obvious, and this is often where another deep fear begins to surface, the fear of uncertainty. Most people spend much of their lives trying to eliminate uncertainty. They search for guarantees before taking action. They want to know the outcome before beginning the journey. They want reassurance that things will work out before they risk stepping forward. But life rarely offers those guarantees. The Stoics understood this very clearly. They believed that uncertainty is not an exception in life. It is the normal condition of life. Every decision carries unknown outcomes. Every path unfolds in ways no one can fully predict. Yet the human mind resists this reality. The mind prefers clarity, stability, and control. It tries to predict the future in order to feel safe. When the future feels unclear, the mind often reacts with tension. Thoughts begin scanning for possible problems. Worries multiply.
The imagination begins creating scenarios that may never happen. This reaction is not weakness. It is the mind attempting to protect itself. But the Stoics believe that constantly trying to remove uncertainty actually strengthens fear rather than reducing it. When a person refuses to act until every outcome feels predictable, they slowly train their mind to see uncertainty as something dangerous. The unknown becomes threatening. To break this pattern, the Stoics practiced something different. Instead of trying to eliminate uncertainty, they trained themselves to become comfortable living within it. This training begins with a simple shift in perspective. Uncertainty is not the enemy. It is the natural space where growth, discovery, and opportunity exist. Without uncertainty, life would become rigid and mechanical. Every outcome would already be known, leaving little room for creativity or courage. But the mind must be trained to see uncertainty this way. Marcus Aurelius often reminded himself that the future cannot be controlled, only approached with reason and character. He did not expect life to unfold exactly as planned. Instead, he focused on strengthening his ability to respond wisely to whatever appeared.
This focus changes the relationship with uncertainty.
Instead of fearing what might happen, the mind begins trusting its ability to handle whatever does happen. Confidence shifts away from predicting outcomes and toward developing resilience. This creates a different kind of security. Many people believe security comes from controlling the future. But the Stoics believed real security comes from preparing the mind to adapt to any future. Epictetus explained this idea clearly. If you attach your peace to outcomes you cannot control, your peace becomes fragile. But if you attach your peace to your ability to respond with wisdom and patience, your stability becomes much stronger. Uncertainty loses much of its power when the mind trusts its own adaptability. This trust is built gradually. Each time a person faces an uncertain situation and survives it, the mind learns something valuable. It learns that uncertainty does not automatically lead to disaster. It learns that many fears about the future never materialize. Experience becomes a quiet teacher. Modern psychology describes a similar process through exposure to uncertainty. When people repeatedly face unknown situations and discover they can handle them, their tolerance for ambiguity grows stronger. The Stoics practiced this centuries earlier. They deliberately placed themselves in situations where outcomes were not guaranteed. They engaged in conversations where disagreement might occur. They pursued actions where success was uncertain. Each experience strengthened their ability to remain calm even when the path ahead was unclear. Gradually, uncertainty stopped feeling like a threat. It began feeling like a normal part of movement. This shift is powerful because fear often depends on the illusion that certainty is required before action. When the mind accepts that uncertainty will always exist, waiting for perfect conditions stops making sense. Action becomes possible even without guarantees. Life begins to feel more open. Opportunities that once felt intimidating start appearing manageable. Decisions are no longer delayed by endless analysis of possible outcomes. Instead, the person moves forward with thoughtful intention and quiet courage. And with each step taken in uncertain territory, the mind grows stronger. Fear slowly loses its authority. The unknown becomes less intimidating. Because the person who has trained their mind to live comfortably with uncertainty no longer needs the illusion of perfect control to move forward with confidence. Becoming more comfortable with uncertainty changes something important inside the mind. Situations that once felt overwhelming begin to feel manageable.
the future stops looking like a giant wall of unknown danger and starts looking more like a path that will reveal itself step by step. Yet even when this understanding grows, there is still one habit that can quietly rebuild fear if it goes unchecked. That habit is overthinking. Overthinking does not always feel harmful at first. In fact, it often disguises itself as intelligence or careful planning. The mind tells itself that analyzing every possibility is the responsible thing to do. It believes that if it studies every angle long enough, it will eventually discover the perfect answer. But the Stoics recognized something different. They saw that the mind has a strange ability to turn simple situations into complicated mental puzzles. A small decision becomes an endless chain of possibilities. One potential mistake leads to another imagined problem. Soon the mind is exploring dozens of scenarios that may never happen. And in that process, fear quietly grows. Fear thrives in overthinking because the mind keeps feeding it new material. Each imagined outcome becomes another reason to hesitate. The person begins picturing embarrassment, failure, criticism, or regret long before anything has actually occurred. The imagination becomes a factory for problems. Instead of helping the person move forward, overthinking traps them in a loop of hesitation. The mind keeps searching for certainty, but the search itself creates more doubt. The more possibilities the mind considers, the more potential dangers it finds. Clarity disappears inside the noise. The Stoics believed that much of human suffering comes from this unnecessary mental complexity. Marcus Aurelius often wrote about the importance of cutting through the excess thoughts that crowd the mind. He reminded himself that many problems only exist because the mind keeps repeating them. When thoughts multiply endlessly, fear finds space to expand. Epictetus also warned about this pattern. He taught that the mind often confuses thinking with action. A person may believe they are preparing themselves by analyzing a situation repeatedly, but in reality, they may only be strengthening their hesitation. The Stoics preferred a simpler approach. They believed that thinking should serve action, not replace it. Reason should guide decisions, but once enough understanding has been gathered, action should follow. Continuing to analyze after that point only feeds uncertainty. Overthinking creates the illusion of control. The mind believes that if it continues thinking long enough, it will eventually remove all risk from the situation. But life does not work that way. No amount of thinking can eliminate uncertainty completely. When the mind tries to achieve perfect certainty, it traps itself in endless analysis. The Stoics broke this cycle by returning their attention to what could actually be done in the present moment. Instead of trying to solve every possible future outcome, they asked a much simpler question. What is the reasonable action I can take right now? This question cuts through mental noise. It shifts the focus away from imagined scenarios and toward practical movement. Even a small step forward can break the paralysis created by overthinking. Action weakens fear. When a person moves forward despite uncertainty, the mind learns that many of its imagined dangers were exaggerated. Each experience provides real information that replaces speculation. Gradually, the mind becomes less interested in endless analysis. It becomes more interested in engagement with reality. Modern psychology supports this idea as well. Research shows that rumination, the process of repeatedly analyzing the same thoughts, is strongly connected to anxiety. The more the mind circles around the same concerns, the more intense those concerns begin to feel. But when attention shifts toward purposeful action, anxiety often decreases. The Stoics understood that the mind needs discipline just as much as the body does. If left unchecked,
The mind will wander into loops of unnecessary thought. But when trained to return to practical reasoning, it becomes calmer and more effective. Over time, this training changes the internal atmosphere of the mind. Thoughts become clearer and more focused. Instead of creating dozens of imagined problems, the mind begins identifying simple responses to real situations. Decisions become easier because they are no longer buried under layers of speculation. Fear loses the constant fuel that overthinking once provided. The person learns to think carefully when needed, but also to stop thinking when the thinking has served its purpose. At that point, the next step becomes obvious. Move forward. Because while the mind may create countless scenarios about what might happen, life only unfolds in one direction, through the actions taken in the present moment. Overthinking slowly loses its grip when the mind learns to stop feeding every possible fear. Thoughts become quieter. Decisions become simpler. But another challenge still waits beneath the surface. Even when the mind is no longer trapped in endless analysis, emotions can still arrive suddenly and take control before reason has time to respond. A harsh comment appears. An unexpected problem interrupts your plans. Someone behaves unfairly. And before the mind has time to examine the situation clearly, the emotional reaction has already taken over. Anger rises. Anxiety spreads. Frustration pushes the body into tension. In a matter of seconds, the mind moves from calm thinking to emotional turbulence. The Stoics spent much of their philosophy studying this exact moment. They understood that emotional reactions themselves are not the enemy. Emotions are natural signals that arise within the body. They often appear automatically before conscious thought has time to intervene. The Stoics never expected people to eliminate emotions completely. What they focused on was what happens immediately after the emotion appears. Most people react to their emotions instantly. If anger arises, they speak or act in anger. If fear appears, they retreat or panic. If embarrassment arrives, they withdraw or become defensive. In these moments, the emotion becomes the decision maker. The Stoics believed this is where unnecessary suffering begins, because emotions, especially strong ones, often interpret situations incorrectly. They exaggerate threats, misunderstand intentions, and turn temporary problems into personal attacks. When decisions are made in the middle of emotional intensity, the outcome is rarely wise. This is why the Stoics practiced replacing emotional reactions with deliberate judgment. Deliberate judgment begins with a pause. That pause may only last a few seconds, but it creates something powerful. Space between the feeling and the response. Instead of allowing the emotion to drive behavior immediately, the mind steps back and examines the situation more carefully. Marcus Aurelius practiced this constantly. When something irritated him, he would remind himself that the event itself had no inherent power over his peace of mind. The disturbance came from his interpretation of the event. This understanding changes everything. If the interpretation can be examined, then the emotional reaction can also be adjusted. The Stoic does not deny the emotion. Instead, they ask whether the emotion is accurately representing the situation. Often, it is not. A rude comment may feel like a personal attack, but it may simply reflect the other person's bad mood or misunderstanding. A sudden problem may feel catastrophic in the moment, but careful thinking reveals it is only a temporary inconvenience. Deliberate judgment corrects emotional exaggeration. Epictetus described this process clearly. He taught that people are not disturbed by events themselves, but by the judgments they form about those events. When the judgment changes, The emotional reaction often changes as well. The Stoics trained themselves to question their first emotional impression. Instead of immediately believing the feeling, they examined it. They asked whether the reaction was based on reason or simply on habit. This small moment of reflection prevented many unnecessary conflicts and regrets. Modern psychology describes a similar skill as emotional regulation. When people learn to pause and evaluate their reactions before acting, they become less controlled by sudden emotional surges. Their decisions become more thoughtful, and their relationships become more stable. The Stoics practiced this discipline every day. They understood that the mind is capable of learning new patterns. At first, emotions may still arrive quickly and strongly, but with practice, the pause between emotion and response becomes easier to maintain. Over time, deliberate judgment becomes the default response. Anger may still appear, but it no longer dictates behavior. Fear may arise, but it is examined rather than obeyed. Frustration may be felt, but it does not automatically turn into harsh words or impulsive actions. This shift creates enormous inner stability. Instead of being pushed around by emotional waves, the mind becomes like a calm observer standing above the water. It sees the waves forming, but it is not carried away by them. Decisions become clearer because they are guided by thoughtful reasoning rather than temporary emotional storms. And as this habit strengthens, fear continues losing its authority over the mind. Because when a person learns to pause, examine, and choose their response carefully, emotions stop controlling the direction of their actions. They become signals that inform judgment, not forces that overpower it. In that space between feeling and response, a deeper strength quietly begins to grow. When emotional reactions begin giving way to deliberate judgment, something important happens inside the mind. Situations that once felt overwhelming start appearing more clearly. Instead of being swept away by frustration or fear, the mind now has the ability to slow down and examine what is actually happening. But even with this clarity, there is still one habit that can easily pull a person back into anxiety: the habit of seeing problems as enormous. Many difficulties in life feel intimidating, not because they are impossible to handle, but because the mind treats them as one giant obstacle. When a problem appears large and undefined, the mind instinctively reacts with tension. It tries to understand everything at once. It tries to solve everything immediately.
And the result is often paralysis.
The Stoics understood that the mind becomes overwhelmed when it tries to carry the full weight of a problem all at once. Fear grows quickly when the situation appears bigger than our ability to manage it. Instead of approaching the challenge calmly, the mind begins imagining worst-case outcomes and complex chains of consequences. The problem begins to expand in imagination. Marcus Aurelius often reminded himself to reduce complicated situations to their simplest parts. When something felt overwhelming, he would mentally separate the situation into smaller pieces. Each piece could then be examined clearly without the emotional pressure of the entire problem. This approach creates immediate relief. When a problem is broken into smaller parts, the mind stops seeing it as a giant threat. It becomes a series of manageable tasks instead of a single impossible obstacle. The emotional weight decreases because the mind can focus on one step at a time. Fear thrives in vagueness. When the mind sees a problem as a massive unknown, it fills the empty space with worry. But when the situation becomes specific and clearly defined, fear begins losing its strength. The Stoics practiced this method constantly.
Epictetus taught that when difficulties arise, the first step is to identify what is actually within your control. Many problems contain elements that cannot be influenced directly. Worrying about those elements only wastes mental energy. But within almost every difficulty, there are small actions that can be taken. By focusing only on those actions, the mind regains a sense of movement. Instead of feeling trapped, the person begins progressing step by step. Each small action reduces the size of the problem slightly. This process transforms the emotional experience of difficulty. A large challenge that once felt impossible becomes a series of manageable decisions. Instead of trying to conquer the entire mountain at once, the Stoic takes one careful step, then another. Progress becomes visible. Modern psychology supports this approach as well. When people divide complex problems into smaller tasks, they reduce cognitive overload. The brain processes information more effectively when attention is directed toward one clear objective at a time. The Stoics understood this long before neuroscience described it. They believed that the mind should focus only on what can be handled in the present moment. When the mind tries to solve the entire future at once, anxiety increases. But when attention returns to the immediate step available now, clarity returns. This does not mean ignoring the larger situation. It simply means approaching it in a practical way. Consider a person facing a major challenge in their life. If they try to solve everything immediately, the mind may feel overwhelmed. But if they begin by identifying the first small action that can improve the situation, the process becomes easier to manage. Action reduces fear. Each completed step builds confidence. The mind begins trusting its ability to navigate difficulty gradually rather than perfectly. What once felt like chaos begins forming a pattern of progress. Marcus Aurelius often reminded himself that most problems lose their intensity when they are examined calmly and broken down into simple elements. Instead of reacting emotionally to the entire situation, he would ask what part of the problem required attention right now. Usually, the answer was surprisingly small. And when the mind focuses on that small piece, something important happens. The future stops feeling like an overwhelming storm. It becomes a series of steps that can be walked one at a time. This is the Stoic strategy of shrinking problems. Not by pretending difficulties do not exist, but by approaching them with calm, deliberate attention. Each step forward reduces confusion. Each decision clarifies the path ahead. Fear loses its grip because the mind no longer feels crushed by the full weight of the challenge. Instead, it sees something far more manageable, a path made of individual steps, each one within reach. When problems are broken into smaller pieces, the mind becomes less overwhelmed. Challenges that once looked enormous begin to feel manageable. Fear fades because the path forward is no longer hidden behind a wall of confusion. But even with this clarity, there is another fear that quietly follows many people through their lives. It is not always spoken about. It is the fear of being replaced or forgotten. This fear often hides beneath everyday concerns. A person may worry about losing their position at work. They may feel uneasy when someone younger or more skilled enters the same field. They may wonder whether their efforts truly matter or whether they will eventually fade into the background. These thoughts are deeply human. Human beings naturally want to feel valued. We want to know that our presence matters, that our contributions are meaningful, and that the things we build or create will continue to hold importance. When the mind begins questioning this, a quiet insecurity can develop. The Stoics were familiar with this fear. They lived in societies where reputation,
influence, and legacy were often treated as measures of a person's success. Yet many Stoic thinkers realized that attaching personal peace to recognition from others creates constant anxiety. Because recognition is never permanent, someone will always arrive who is faster, younger, stronger, or more skilled in certain areas. Every generation replaces the one before it. Every achievement that seems impressive today may eventually become ordinary tomorrow. Marcus Aurelius reflected deeply on this reality. As a Roman emperor, he held one of the most powerful positions in the world, yet he frequently reminded himself that even the most famous names in history eventually fade. People who were once celebrated across entire empires are now remembered only faintly, if at all. He saw this not as something depressing, but as something clarifying. When the mind stops expecting permanent recognition, it becomes easier to focus on what truly matters, the quality of the actions themselves. The Stoics believed that a person's responsibility is not to guarantee their place in history, but to act with integrity while they are alive. Legacy is uncertain. Character is immediate. When a person attaches their worth to being remembered or admired, they become vulnerable to fear. They may feel threatened when others succeed. They may hesitate to help others grow because they fear being overshadowed. This fear creates competition where cooperation could exist. The Stoics encouraged a different perspective. Instead of worrying about being replaced, they focused on fulfilling their role in the present moment as well as possible. Every person, they believed, contributes to the larger movement of life, and roles change, but contribution remains meaningful. Epictetus explained that life is like a play in which each person is given a role to perform. Some roles are longer, some shorter, some more visible, others quieter. The goal is not to control how long the role lasts, but to perform it with dignity and wisdom while it is yours. Once the role ends, another begins for someone else. Understanding this removes much of the anxiety about being replaced. Replacement is not a personal failure. It is simply the natural continuation of life. Every teacher eventually sees new teachers arrive. Every leader eventually steps aside. Every generation gradually gives way to the next. This process allows progress to continue. The Stoics believed peace comes from accepting this cycle rather than resisting it. A person who accepts that recognition may fade becomes free to focus on the value of their actions now. Helping others no longer feels threatening. Sharing knowledge no longer feels risky. Instead of fearing replacement, the Stoic welcomes growth in others because it strengthens the world they are part of. Modern psychology echoes this idea through the concept of intrinsic motivation. When people focus on the internal satisfaction of meaningful effort rather than external recognition, they experience greater fulfillment and stability. The Stoics practiced this long before the concept had a name. They reminded themselves that the true measure of a life is not how loudly it is remembered, but how wisely it was lived. A person who acts with fairness, patience, and courage leaves a quiet impact that does not depend on fame. And often, the people who fear being forgotten overlook something important. Influence rarely disappears completely. It continues through the people who learned from you, through the kindness you showed, through the small improvements you helped create in the lives around you. Even if the world does not remember your name centuries from now, the effects of your actions ripple forward in ways that cannot always be seen. The Stoics found peace in this understanding. They stopped measuring their worth by whether they would be remembered. Instead, they focused on whether they were living according to their principles today. Because when a person lives with clarity and integrity,
The fear of being replaced or forgotten begins to fade.
The value of their life is no longer tied to how long others remember it.
It is rooted in how well it is lived right now. As the fear of being replaced or forgotten begins to loosen its grip, another realization slowly becomes visible. Many of the worries that once felt heavy were not based on what was actually happening in the present moment. They were based on what the mind believed might happen later. This is one of the most important discoveries in understanding fear. Fear is often not about reality. It is about prediction. The human mind is designed to anticipate the future. Long before modern life became complex, this ability helped people survive. Our ancestors constantly scanned their surroundings for possible threats. The brain learned to imagine danger before it appeared, allowing quick reactions when necessary. In dangerous environments, this ability was valuable, but in modern life, the same system often becomes overactive. The mind begins predicting threats even when none are immediately present. It imagines embarrassment before a conversation happens. It predicts failure before an attempt is made. It anticipates rejection before anyone has actually rejected us. These predictions feel real. The body responds to them as if the event has already occurred. The heart may beat faster, muscles tighten, thoughts become restless. Even though nothing has happened yet, the mind begins reacting to a scenario that exists only in imagination.
The Stoics observed this pattern very carefully.
They realized that much of human suffering comes from confusing prediction with reality. When the mind believes its predictions automatically, fear grows stronger. The imagined future begins influencing the present moment. Marcus Aurelius reminded himself frequently that the future does not exist yet. The only thing that exists is the present action in front of you. Everything else is a mental projection. When a person understands this clearly, fear begins to lose much of its authority.
Because predictions are not facts.
The mind may predict embarrassment, but the conversation might go well. It may predict failure, but the attempt could lead to success. It may predict rejection, but the other person might respond with understanding. Predictions are possibilities, not certainties. The Stoics trained themselves to treat fearful thoughts as suggestions rather than commands. When a worrying thought appeared, they did not immediately believe it. Instead, they examined it calmly. Is this happening right now? Most of the time, the answer was no. The event existed only as a prediction about the future. Once this was recognized, the emotional intensity often decreased. The mind could return its attention to what was actually occurring in the present moment. This simple distinction is powerful. Fear depends on the mind accepting its predictions without question. But when those predictions are examined carefully, many of them reveal themselves to be exaggerated or unrealistic. Epictetus encouraged his students to question the first impression that appeared in their minds. When a fearful thought arrived, he advised them to pause and ask whether the thought represented reality or merely an interpretation. This pause creates space. In that space, reason can enter. Instead of being controlled by the prediction, the person begins evaluating it. Sometimes the prediction contains useful information. It may highlight a risk that deserves preparation, but often the prediction is simply a habit of the mind expecting the worst. When this habit is recognized, it can be softened. Modern psychology describes a similar process when discussing anxiety. Anxiety frequently involves catastrophic thinking, where the mind predicts negative outcomes and treats them as inevitable. Cognitive therapy helps people recognize that these thoughts are not guaranteed outcomes. The Stoics practiced this awareness long before psychology gave it a name.
They reminded themselves that the mind's job is to generate possibilities, but it is the individual's responsibility to evaluate those possibilities wisely. This distinction creates emotional freedom. Instead of reacting automatically to every fearful thought, the mind becomes curious. It begins observing its own predictions with calm interest. Some predictions are reasonable and deserve preparation. Others dissolve when examined closely. Reality becomes clearer. The person learns to live in the present moment rather than in imagined futures. Actions are guided by reason and values rather than by endless speculation about what might go wrong. Gradually, fear becomes quieter. Not because the mind stops predicting possibilities, but because those predictions are no longer mistaken for reality. The person learns to treat them as what they truly are, mental forecasts that may or may not occur. And once this understanding settles deeply into the mind, fear begins losing another layer of its influence. Because the present moment becomes the only place where life is actually happening. Everything else is simply a story the mind is telling about the future. Once the mind begins to understand that fear is often just a prediction and not reality, something inside starts to settle. The future no longer feels like an endless series of threats waiting to happen. Instead, it begins to look like a landscape of possibilities that will unfold step by step. But the Stoics knew that this clarity does not maintain itself automatically. The mind must be trained repeatedly. Without preparation, old habits quietly return. The same fears, the same worries, the same exaggerated predictions can creep back into the mind during the rush of daily life. That is why many Stoic thinkers believed the most important battle for calm and courage begins at the very start of the day. Before the world begins speaking to you, before messages arrive, before responsibilities demand attention, before the noise of other people's opinions begins shaping your mood. Marcus Aurelius practiced this every morning. Before stepping into the responsibilities of leading an empire, he reminded himself of the realities he would face that day. He would quietly reflect that he would encounter people who were impatient, selfish, arrogant, or careless. He did not do this to become cynical. He did it to prepare his mind. By expecting difficulty, he removed the element of surprise. When someone behaved poorly, it did not shock him. It simply confirmed what he had already considered possible. This preparation allowed him to respond calmly rather than react emotionally. The Stoics believe that the unprepared mind is easily disturbed. If a person wakes up and immediately enters the chaos of the day, their emotions begin reacting to whatever appears first. A frustrating message can create irritation. A delay can cause anxiety. A rude comment can trigger anger. The day begins controlling the mind. But when the mind is prepared in advance, the situation changes. The person enters the day already aware that challenges may appear. Difficulties no longer feel like unfair surprises. They become expected parts of the human experience. Preparation transforms reaction into readiness. The Stoic morning ritual was not complicated. It involved quiet reflection on a few essential ideas. One of those ideas was remembering that many events during the day will not be within your control. Other people's behavior, unexpected delays, and sudden problems are part of life. Resisting them only creates frustration. Instead, the Stoics reminded themselves that their true responsibility is not controlling events, but controlling their response to those events. By repeating this thought each morning, they strengthened the habit of responding with reason rather than emotion. Another part of this morning reflection involved remembering personal values.
The Stoics asked themselves what kind of person they intended to be that day. Would they act with patience when tested? Would they remain fair when others behaved unfairly? Would they keep their focus on wisdom instead of ego?
These questions guided their behavior.
By thinking about these values before the day began, they created a mental compass. When challenges appeared later, the mind already knew which direction to move. This small moment of preparation strengthened their courage. Fear often appears strongest when the mind feels unprepared. When something unexpected happens, the mind may panic because it has not considered how to respond. But when the mind has already imagined difficulties calmly, those same situations feel less intimidating. The Stoics also used this morning moment to simplify their focus. Instead of worrying about everything that might happen during the entire day, they reminded themselves to concentrate only on the present task. One action performed with attention is enough. The rest will unfold when the time arrives. This keeps the mind from becoming overwhelmed. Modern psychology supports the power of morning mental preparation as well. Studies show that people who begin their day with intentional reflection often experience greater emotional stability. Their thoughts remain more organized because they have already established a direction for their attention. The Stoics understood this naturally. They knew the mind is influenced strongly by its first thoughts of the day. If those thoughts are calm, thoughtful, and focused on principles, the rest of the day is more likely to follow that pattern. But if the day begins with distraction and anxiety, the mind may carry that tension for hours. This is why the Stoic morning ritual was treated almost like a mental training session. Just as athletes prepare their bodies before competition, Stoics prepared their minds before entering the unpredictable arena of daily life. They reminded themselves that fear may appear, but it does not have to control their actions. They reminded themselves that challenges will arrive, but those challenges are opportunities to practice patience and wisdom. And most importantly, they reminded themselves that their peace does not depend on the world behaving perfectly. It depends on the strength of the mind that meets the world. By beginning each morning with this quiet preparation, the Stoics gradually built a kind of inner stability that followed them throughout the day. Because when the mind is prepared before the first challenge arrives, fear finds far less space to grow. When the mind begins each day with quiet preparation, something subtle changes in the way life is experienced. The person no longer enters the world completely unguarded. They move forward with awareness, knowing that challenges may appear and that their response will determine how those challenges feel. Yet even with this preparation, there is still one habit that repeatedly invites fear back into the mind: the habit of living too far in the future. The human mind has a remarkable ability to travel through time. While the body remains in the present moment, the mind can leap forward into tomorrow, next month, or even years ahead. This ability can be useful for planning and organizing life, but when it is left unchecked, it often becomes the breeding ground for fear, because the future is full of unknowns. When the mind focuses too heavily on what might happen later, it begins filling the empty space with possibilities. Some of those possibilities are positive, but many of them quickly turn negative. The mind imagines obstacles, disappointments, failures, and losses that have not yet occurred. Slowly, these imagined scenarios begin to feel real. A person may sit quietly in a safe environment, yet their thoughts are filled with tension about events that exist only in the future. The body reacts as if danger is already present. Anxiety grows not because something bad is happening now, but because the mind is predicting what might happen later. The Stoics recognized this pattern clearly. Marcus Aurelius often reminded himself that the present moment is the only place where life truly exists. The past has already passed, and the future has not yet arrived. Yet many people spend most of their mental energy traveling between these two places, leaving the present moment unattended.
Fear thrives in this mental travel.
When attention is anchored in the present, most situations are manageable. The current moment usually contains something simple and practical that can be addressed. A conversation can be handled. A task can be completed. A decision can be made with the information available right now. But when the mind jumps into the future, it begins confronting entire chains of imagined events. Instead of dealing with a single step, it tries to solve 10 steps at once. Each step contains uncertainty, and uncertainty creates more predictions. Soon the mind is facing an enormous sequence of possible problems that may never appear. The result is tension without action. Epictetus taught that people often suffer more from their imagination than from reality itself. When the mind focuses excessively on the future, it begins reacting to scenarios that have not yet happened. Fear becomes a response to possibilities rather than to real circumstances.
This creates a constant sense of unease.
The Stoics did not suggest ignoring the future completely. Planning has its place, but they believed planning should be brief and practical, while attention should return quickly to the present moment, because only the present moment can be influenced. A person may worry for hours about a future conversation, yet that worry does nothing to improve the conversation itself. But if the mind remains present, the person can focus on preparing calmly, strengthening their understanding, and approaching the moment with clarity. Preparation is useful. Endless anticipation is not. The Stoics practiced returning their attention to the present repeatedly throughout the day. Whenever the mind wandered too far into the future, they reminded themselves that the only thing requiring attention right now was the next action in front of them.
This simple habit reduces fear dramatically.
Instead of carrying the weight of the entire future, the mind carries only the responsibility of the current moment. One action leads to the next, and each step reveals the next piece of the path. Life becomes easier to navigate. Modern psychology supports this Stoic insight. Research on anxiety consistently shows that anxious thinking is strongly connected to future-focused rumination. The mind repeatedly predicts negative outcomes and treats those predictions as if they were already happening.
But when attention returns to present experience, anxiety often decreases.
This is why practices like mindfulness emphasize staying grounded in what is happening now, rather than what might happen later. The Stoics practiced a similar awareness centuries earlier. They knew that courage grows when the mind stops fighting imaginary futures and begins dealing calmly with the present reality. Because the present moment rarely contains the disasters that fear predicts. It usually contains something much simpler, a small action that can be taken, a problem that can be addressed, or a decision that can be made with patience and clarity. And when the mind learns to stay here, fully present, fear begins losing its greatest source of fuel.
The endless predictions about what might go wrong tomorrow.
When the mind stops drifting too far into the future, something begins to settle. The endless chain of predictions quiets down. The imagination stops running ahead of reality, and the present moment becomes easier to see clearly. But even when attention returns to the present, difficult situations will still appear. People will still behave unfairly. Unexpected problems will still interrupt your plans.
Moments will still arise when emotions try to take control. The Stoics understood that calm does not come from avoiding difficulty. Difficulty is part of life. The real skill is learning how to face difficult moments without allowing them to overwhelm the mind.
This is where another powerful Stoic principle appears:
the power of emotional distance. Emotional distance does not mean becoming cold or indifferent to life. It does not mean refusing to care about people or events. Instead, it means creating enough space between the situation and your reaction so that your judgment remains clear. Without that space, emotions rush in and distort perception. When a difficult situation happens, the mind often zooms in too closely. Every detail begins to feel personal and urgent. The body reacts quickly, the heart rate increases, thoughts become sharp and defensive. In this state, it becomes difficult to see the situation accurately. The mind is too close to the moment. The Stoics trained themselves to step back mentally during these moments. Instead of reacting immediately, they imagined observing the situation from a small distance, almost like watching a scene unfold from outside. This mental step backward changes everything. When the mind creates distance, emotions lose some of their intensity. The person is still aware of what is happening, but they are no longer trapped inside the emotional storm. The situation becomes something to observe and understand rather than something to fight blindly. Marcus Aurelius practiced this regularly. When something upsetting happened, he would remind himself to look at the situation from a broader perspective. He would ask himself how important the event would appear in a week, a year, or even a lifetime later. Often, the answer was simple. Most events that feel enormous in the moment shrink quickly when seen from a wider viewpoint. The insult that felt sharp becomes a passing comment. The inconvenience that seemed frustrating becomes a small delay in a much larger life. Distance reveals proportion. When the mind zooms out, it begins to recognize that many situations are not as catastrophic as they first appear. This recognition calms the emotional response and allows reason to guide behavior again. Epictetus taught that the mind should treat events as raw information rather than personal attacks. Someone may speak harshly, but that does not automatically mean your dignity has been damaged. A problem may occur, but that does not automatically mean disaster is unfolding. Emotional distance allows you to see the event for what it actually is. This distance also protects judgment. When emotions dominate, decisions are often rushed. Words are spoken that cannot be taken back. Actions are taken that later create regret. But when the mind steps back for even a few seconds, clarity begins to return. In that moment of space, wisdom can enter. Modern psychology describes this ability as cognitive distancing. When individuals observe their thoughts and emotions rather than becoming absorbed by them, they gain greater control over their responses. The emotional wave may still appear, but it no longer controls behavior completely. The Stoics practiced this skill long before modern psychology studied it. They believed that the mind should behave like a calm observer in the middle of life's events. The observer sees everything clearly, but is not carried away by every reaction. This habit strengthens resilience. When a person repeatedly practices emotional distance, difficult situations begin to feel less threatening. The mind becomes familiar with stepping back, examining the situation, and choosing a response carefully. The emotional storm passes more quickly. Over time, this practice creates a kind of quiet strength. The person does not panic when difficulties appear. They do not immediately assume the worst. Instead, they pause, observe,
and respond with measured judgment. This calm presence often surprises others. While others react quickly, the Stoic remains steady. While others escalate conflict, the Stoic de-escalates it. While others become overwhelmed, the Stoic maintains clarity. And the reason is simple. They have learned that the mind does not need to stand in the center of every storm. Sometimes the greatest strength comes from stepping back just far enough to see the storm clearly, and realizing it is smaller than it first appeared. When the mind learns to step back during difficult moments, the emotional storms of life begin losing their force. Situations that once felt overwhelming can now be observed with greater clarity. A harsh comment no longer instantly triggers anger. A sudden problem no longer creates panic. The mind has learned to pause, to examine, and to respond, instead of reacting blindly. But even with this emotional distance, there is one fear that still touches nearly every human being.
The fear of being rejected.
The fear of being excluded. This fear is deeply rooted in human nature. Long before cities, technology, or modern society existed, survival depended heavily on belonging to a group. Being part of a tribe meant safety, cooperation, and shared resources. Being rejected from that group often meant facing danger alone. Because of this history, the human brain became highly sensitive to social acceptance. Even today, the mind often reacts strongly when it senses possible rejection. A moment of silence during a conversation can feel uncomfortable. A disagreement with others may create anxiety. Not receiving approval from a group can trigger quiet doubt about our own worth. The reaction feels automatic. When people sense exclusion, the mind sometimes interprets it as a threat. The body may react with tension. Thoughts may begin asking questions such as, "Did I say something wrong?" or "Why don't they like me?"
These reactions can quickly create fear.
The Stoics understood that social rejection is one of the most powerful emotional triggers because it touches the human desire to belong. But they also recognized that allowing this fear to control behavior can slowly weaken a person's independence. When approval becomes the main goal, authenticity disappears. A person may start adjusting their opinions to match the crowd. They may stay silent even when they believe something important should be said. They may avoid taking meaningful risks simply because those risks might attract criticism. The fear of rejection becomes a quiet cage. The Stoics believed that a life guided by constant social approval is unstable. Public opinion changes constantly. The same group that supports you today may disagree with you tomorrow. If your peace depends entirely on belonging, your emotional stability will rise and fall with the reactions of others. Marcus Aurelius reflected on this often. He reminded himself that people act according to their own beliefs, experiences, and limitations. Some will understand you, and some will not. Some will appreciate your actions, and others will criticize them.
Trying to control all of these opinions is impossible.
Instead of chasing universal approval, the Stoics focused on something more stable, living according to personal values. If a person acts with honesty, fairness, and patience, they can remain calm even when others disagree with them. Character becomes more important than popularity. Epictetus explained that people who fear rejection too strongly often become prisoners of other people's expectations. Their decisions begin revolving around what others might think instead of what reason suggests is right. But when a person learns to accept the possibility of rejection, a different kind of freedom appears. They become able to speak honestly without excessive fear. They can pursue meaningful goals even if those goals are not understood by everyone. They stop shaping their entire life around the approval of others. This does not mean rejecting connection. The Stoics valued friendship and cooperation deeply. Humans are naturally social beings, but they believed that healthy relationships should be built on mutual respect, not on constant approval. True friendships allow disagreement. True respect does not require pretending to be someone you are not. Modern psychology confirms that the fear of social rejection can influence behavior strongly. Studies show that people often conform to group opinions even when they privately disagree, simply to avoid feeling excluded. But research also shows that individuals who develop strong internal values experience less anxiety about rejection. When a person's sense of worth comes from their character rather than from constant approval, social pressure loses much of its influence. The Stoics practiced strengthening this inner foundation. They reminded themselves that rejection does not automatically mean failure. Sometimes it simply means you are following a path that others do not yet understand. History is filled with examples of people who were criticized or rejected at first, but later recognized for their courage and ideas. Understanding this changes how rejection feels. Instead of seeing it as a threat to identity, it becomes a normal part of living honestly. Not everyone will agree with you, and that is part of the human experience. And once the mind accepts this truth, the fear of social exclusion begins losing its grip. Because the person who values their character more than their popularity no longer needs universal approval to live with confidence. They know that belonging to their own principles is stronger than belonging to every crowd. When the fear of rejection begins losing its grip, something powerful starts to change inside the mind. The person no longer feels forced to adjust their behavior just to stay accepted. They begin acting according to their values rather than according to social pressure. Yet many people still carry a quiet doubt about themselves. They believe courage belongs to certain kinds of people. They believe some individuals are simply born brave, while others are naturally timid. They assume courage is part of someone's personality, something you either have or you do not. The Stoics saw this very differently. They believed courage is not a personality trait. It is a skill, and like any skill, it can be developed through practice. Many people look at courageous individuals and imagine they must possess some rare inner strength that others lack. They see someone speak boldly, take risks, or remain calm in a difficult moment and assume that person simply has a fearless nature. But this is rarely the truth. Most courageous people do not begin fearless. They begin uncertain, just like everyone else. What separates them is not the absence of fear, but their willingness to act despite it. Action builds courage. Each time a person faces something uncomfortable and moves forward anyway, the mind learns an important lesson. It learns that fear does not automatically mean danger. It learns that the body can handle the emotional discomfort of uncertainty. Gradually, the mind becomes less intimidated. The Stoics practiced this deliberately. They believed that courage grows through repeated exposure to situations that challenge comfort. Instead of waiting until they felt completely ready, they practiced stepping forward even when fear was still present. Marcus Aurelius often reminded himself that the mind becomes stronger through the difficulties it faces. Just as muscles grow stronger through resistance, the mind grows stronger through challenges. Avoidance weakens courage. When a person consistently avoids uncomfortable situations, the mind learns the opposite lesson. It begins believing that those situations must be dangerous. The more they are avoided, the more intimidating they appear. Fear grows in the absence of experience. But when a person repeatedly enters situations that once caused hesitation, the mind slowly becomes familiar with them. What once felt overwhelming begins to feel ordinary. Confidence replaces uncertainty. Epictetus explained that the mind adapts to what it practices. If a person practices avoidance, they become skilled at avoiding. But if they practice courage, by facing discomfort, speaking honestly, and acting despite fear, they gradually become skilled at courage. This training does not happen all at once. Courage grows through small actions. It may begin with speaking up in a conversation when you would normally stay silent. It may involve trying something new despite the possibility of failure. It may appear as choosing honesty instead of hiding behind approval. Each of these moments strengthens the habit of courage. The Stoics believed that waiting for fear to disappear before acting is a mistake. Fear often fades only after action has already begun. When the mind sees that it can survive uncomfortable moments, its confidence increases naturally. Modern psychology describes this process through behavioral learning. Research shows that confidence often develops through experience rather than through positive thinking alone. When people repeatedly face situations that challenge them, their brain gradually reduces the intensity of the fear response. The Stoics discovered this principle through observation centuries ago. They understood that courage is built through action, not through personality. This realization is deeply empowering. If courage were simply a personality trait, many people would feel trapped by their natural tendencies. Someone who feels anxious might assume bravery is impossible for them. Someone who doubts themselves might believe confidence belongs only to others. But if courage is a skill, the situation changes completely. Skills can be learned. They can be practiced. They can grow stronger over time. The Stoics encouraged people to treat courage like a muscle that strengthens through use. Each time the mind chooses action over avoidance, that muscle becomes stronger. Fear may still appear, but it no longer feels overwhelming. Eventually, the person begins noticing something surprising. Situations that once seemed terrifying now feel manageable. Speaking honestly becomes easier. Facing challenges becomes less intimidating. Courage begins to feel natural, not because fear has disappeared, but because the mind has practiced moving forward many times before. And once a person understands that courage is something they can train rather than something they must be born with, fear begins losing another layer of its control. Because the path toward bravery is no longer mysterious, it is simply the result of practicing one small act of courage after another. As courage begins revealing itself as something that can be trained, a new understanding quietly settles in the mind. Fear no longer feels like an immovable wall. It begins to look more like a reaction that can be reshaped through repeated experience. Each small act of bravery builds confidence. Each moment of stepping forward weakens hesitation. But the Stoics knew something even deeper. Courage grows faster when the mind stops avoiding discomfort. Most people spend their lives trying to eliminate discomfort completely. They search for convenience in every corner of life. Softer routines, easier choices, predictable environments. At first, this feels natural. Comfort gives the mind a sense of safety. Yet the Stoics noticed an unexpected consequence. When life becomes too comfortable, the mind becomes fragile. Small inconveniences start feeling like major problems. Minor stress creates anxiety. A simple challenge can feel overwhelming because the mind has lost its familiarity with discomfort. Fear grows easily in this environment. If the mind is only accustomed to ease, anything difficult begins to look threatening. The unknown feels larger than it truly is. The person becomes cautious not because they lack strength, but because their mind has stopped practicing resilience. This is why the Stoics developed a powerful habit. They practiced discomfort on purpose, not as punishment and not as self-denial for its own sake. They practiced it as a form of training. By voluntarily exposing themselves to small challenges, they strengthened their ability to face larger ones. Seneca wrote about this habit often. From time to time, he would deliberately live more simply than necessary. He would eat plain food, wear modest clothing, or sleep on a harder surface. While doing this, he would quietly remind himself that these conditions were not truly harmful. The goal was not suffering. The goal was familiarity. When the mind becomes familiar with discomfort, it stops reacting to it with panic. Instead of seeing hardship as something unbearable, the person begins seeing it as something manageable. Fear loses its intensity. Marcus Aurelius practiced a similar mindset. He reminded himself regularly that difficulties are part of the human experience. Instead of wishing for an easier life, he focused on strengthening his ability to handle whatever life presented. This approach changed how challenges were experienced. A person who practices small discomforts daily becomes mentally flexible. Cold weather, unexpected delays, physical effort, or difficult conversations stop feeling extraordinary. They become normal parts of life. This training creates a powerful psychological effect. When real difficulties appear, the mind is not shocked by them. It has already experienced smaller versions of discomfort before. Confidence replaces surprise. Modern psychology supports this idea as well. Research shows that people who expose themselves gradually to challenging situations develop greater resilience. Their nervous system learns that discomfort does not automatically mean danger. The brain adapts. Over time, situations that once triggered anxiety begin producing far calmer reactions. The body learns that tension can be tolerated and that difficult moments will eventually pass. The Stoics practiced this awareness centuries earlier. They believed that if you train the mind to face small discomforts willingly, it becomes prepared for larger challenges when they appear unexpectedly. For example, someone who practices waking up early despite resistance strengthens discipline. Someone who chooses physical exercise strengthens endurance. Someone who occasionally embraces simplicity instead of luxury strengthens independence from external comfort. Each of these small practices trains the mind. They quietly teach the brain that discomfort is temporary and survivable. The person becomes less dependent on perfect conditions. Strength grows in that independence. Life becomes less frightening because the person knows they can handle more than they once believed. Situations that used to feel intimidating now feel like opportunities to apply the resilience that has already been practiced. Fear begins shrinking naturally, not because the world has become easier, but because the mind has become stronger. This is the quiet power behind the Stoic habit of practicing discomfort. By voluntarily stepping outside comfort each day, the mind becomes prepared for whatever life brings. And once the mind learns that discomfort does not break it, fear loses one of its greatest sources of influence. Because the person who has practiced facing difficulty is no longer afraid of encountering it again. When the mind becomes familiar with discomfort, fear begins losing much of its sharpness. Situations that once felt threatening start to look different. Instead of reacting with immediate resistance, the mind becomes steadier. It has already learned that discomfort is not the end of the world. It is simply another experience that can be handled. But there is another transformation that can happen at this stage. Something even more powerful than simply tolerating fear. The ability to turn fear into curiosity. Most fear comes from encountering the unknown. When the mind cannot predict what will happen next, it often fills the empty space with negative possibilities. The imagination begins creating outcomes that feel dangerous, embarrassing, or painful. Without realizing it, the mind starts treating uncertainty as a warning signal. The unknown becomes something to avoid. Yet the Stoics approach the unknown very differently. Instead of treating uncertainty as an enemy, they treated it as something worth observing. They understood that much of what we fear is simply the mind reacting to unfamiliar territory. And unfamiliar territory is also where growth lives. When a person approaches the unknown with fear, the mind closes itself. It becomes defensive. It tries to protect what is already known and comfortable. But when the mind approaches the unknown with curiosity, something completely different happens. Curiosity opens the mind. Instead of asking, "What if this goes wrong?" the person begins asking, "What might I learn from this?" The situation stops being a threat and starts becoming an opportunity to discover something new. This shift in thinking changes the emotional experience entirely. Marcus Aurelius often reflected on the idea that life constantly presents new experiences. Some of them will be pleasant, and others will be difficult. But each one contains information that can deepen understanding. When the mind observes events with curiosity, even uncomfortable moments become sources of insight. Curiosity weakens fear. Fear tries to push the mind away from uncertainty. Curiosity invites the mind to move closer. The two states cannot dominate the mind at the same time. When curiosity grows, fear naturally becomes quieter. The Stoics practiced this mindset deliberately. When they encountered something unfamiliar or intimidating, they reminded themselves that the situation was simply part of the larger flow of life. Instead of reacting immediately, they observed what was happening. They watched their own thoughts and reactions as if studying a natural process. This observation creates calm. Epictetus encouraged his students to examine their impressions rather than immediately believing them. When fear appears, the first step is not to run away from the situation, but to understand the thought that created the fear. What exactly am I afraid of? Is the danger real, or is the mind predicting something that may never occur? Asking these questions turns fear into investigation. The mind becomes interested in understanding the experience rather than escaping it. Modern psychology describes a similar transformation. When people shift their mindset from threat to curiosity, the brain responds differently. The stress response becomes less intense, and the mind becomes more flexible in exploring possible outcomes. The Stoics discovered this long before neuroscience explained it. They realized that curiosity allows a person to face uncertainty without being paralyzed by it. Instead of demanding that the future be predictable, the person becomes interested in discovering how events will unfold. This mindset also strengthens resilience. When every unknown situation is treated as a threat, life becomes exhausting. The person constantly feels the need to defend themselves from possible problems. But when unknown situations are approached with curiosity, each new experience becomes part of a larger learning process. Life becomes an exploration rather than a battlefield. This does not mean ignoring real dangers. The Stoics valued wisdom and careful judgment. If a situation truly requires caution, they would respond accordingly. But they refused to let imagined dangers stop them from engaging with life fully.
Curiosity kept their minds open.
It allowed them to enter unfamiliar situations with interest rather than anxiety.
Conversations with new people, unfamiliar responsibilities, unexpected changes. Each one became an opportunity to learn something about the world and about themselves. Over time, this habit reshapes the mind. Fear begins losing its authority because the unknown is no longer treated as something frightening. It becomes something intriguing. Instead of shrinking away from uncertainty, the person moves toward it with a sense of exploration. And once the mind learns to meet the unknown with curiosity instead of fear, the world begins to feel much larger, richer, and far less intimidating than it once did. Fear often feels like a giant shadow in the mind. But over the past few hours, you may have started seeing it differently. Not as a monster, not as a destiny, but as a signal the mind learned long ago. We explored how fear grows when identity feels fragile, when the mind confuses discomfort with danger, when imagined judgment becomes louder than reality. We saw how overthinking feeds it, how future-focused thinking stretches it, and how the ego magnifies even the smallest failures. But we also uncovered something far more powerful. Fear weakens when the mind becomes trained. When you learn to pause instead of reacting, when you shrink problems into manageable steps, when you stop chasing approval and start standing by your principles, when discomfort becomes practice instead of punishment, when uncertainty becomes curiosity instead of threat. The Stoics understood a simple truth that most people never realize. Strength is not something you wake up with one morning. It is something you build, one thought, one action, one decision at a time. And tonight, you have already begun that training, because the moment the mind sees fear clearly, it stops being controlled by it. The mind that once ran from uncertainty begins walking toward it calmly, and the person who once waited to feel ready begins acting anyway. That is where courage lives. Before you go, I'd love to hear from you. In the comments, write "strong mind." It's a quiet signal that you made it all the way through this journey, and that you're choosing strength over fear from this moment forward. And if this video helped shift your perspective even a little, make sure to subscribe to the channel and turn on the notification bell. That way you won't miss the next lessons on Stoicism, mental clarity, and mastering the mind. Until next time, stay calm, stay disciplined, and remember,
The strongest mind is not the one that never feels fear.
it is the one that learns how to walk through it.